click, swift, nail, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, Neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift Neo, you feel me. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
Don't see it, vibes up, you feel me.
Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. With a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Acer Iconia. Fast street, cool moves, snap a pic, we groove, wipe slit, post quick, friends laughing, we click. Follow me, let's wipe and roll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, let's wipe and roll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me wherever we go. Follow me wherever we go. Vibes, let those big friends laugh and we click. Follow me, follow me, go. Follow me, follow me, go. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. With a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Acer Iconia. Fast street, cool moves, step a pick, we groove, web slid, post quick, friends laughing, we click. Follow me, let's wipe bankroll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, let's wipe bankroll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me wherever we go. Follow me wherever we go. Vibes like those big friends laughing, we click. Follow me, follow me, go. Follow me, follow me, go. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia.
Sleek, swift, nail, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift nail, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, nail, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On stage, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
the all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Acer Iconia. Fast street, cool moves, snap a pic, we groove, web slid, post quick, friends laughing, we click. Follow me, let's wipe and roll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, let's wipe and roll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me wherever we go. Follow me wherever we go. Vibes lit, post big friends laughing, we click. Follow me, follow me, go. Follow me, follow me, go. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy all night. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Swift neo,
You feel me?
lightweight game, heavy all night. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Acer Iconia. Fast tweet, cool moves, step a pick, we groove, web slid, post quick, friends laughing, we click. Follow me, let's wipe and roll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, let's wipe and roll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me wherever we go. Follow me wherever we go. Flip those big friends laughing, we click. Follow me, follow me, go. Follow me, follow me, go. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia.
Ladies and gentlemen, another day and another amazing match of Valorant coming our way. Welcome everybody to the Acer Predator League 2026 India Qualifiers. We have had a pretty long journey to get till here, but we are reaching towards the climax of this India Qualifier. One team has already made its way into the finals. But before we talk about all that, I'm Universe, and with me is Aggressive, and we are going to be taking you through the game that we have in store for you today. But before that game, of course, like I said, one team already made its footway into the final. That is, of course, SADUL Esports, who did win the upper bracket match. Aggressive, what do you have to say about this team?
Honestly, STUL proved to us that they are a force to be reckoned with. The fact that yesterday they gave us a little bit of a fright, right at the very end, that maybe they're not going to take that 2-0, maybe they're not going to be able to beat out GGEZ, but no, that wasn't really the case. GGEZ really did push them to the edge, though, to shut them down on almost all cylinders and nearly take that map number 2 away from them. But it was really on down to the wire. You can tell that overall that the teams were fighting tooth and nail to get to that grand final stage, and they had to go through a brutal format in the process as well. The open qualifiers was insane for every single one of the teams playing, and GGEZ nearly bombed out because they were facing off against another tough opponent, if I do remember properly looking at the brackets. But in the playoff stage, they did have an easy going time, just as their namesake. The only hardest match they had to play when they were going up against the side of SAQL, where SAQL inched out the victory in map number 3 when they came back in towards the game. Stuff like that doesn't really happen, right? It's the Valorant storyline that we always love to build, and them being that first finalist for the grand finals here, ladies and gentlemen, is what we wanted to see. Now, the lower bracket grand finals of GGEZ going up against Asterisk to see exactly who's going to be the second team to face off against them in Bengaluru. Which one is going to point the ticket here, Universe? I want your opinion.
I think Asterisk have a slight edge considering that they are on a hot streak right now. GGZ, yes, they pushed SADUL to quite a bit of a limit that Asterisk couldn't. The previous time both these teams faced off, SADUL is the only bar that I can kind of set in terms of a standard to kind of measure them on, right? Because Asterisk lost to SATUL 2-0. It was a pretty convincing win as well for SATUL. But GGZ managed to get at least one map out of that very extremely hard fought first two maps that we saw, both being 13-11, which was of course shared between both the teams. But the last map against GGZ, SATUL beat them 13-4. So if it comes to the question of resilience, maybe fatigue could catch the side of GGEZ today if it goes to a third map. But I think this is a series where you will most likely expect it to go to a third map. Both teams are pretty good. I still feel like there is a slight edge. I would like to go to Asterisk. I feel like they have got a very good set of players who are, of course, now been together for quite some time. Since their G Academy time itself, I think it's been close to a year almost now that these players have been together. At least it's coming up to a year. But I think that the chemistry of these players might just throw them, ahead just a little bit, not too much. If any difference between these two teams, I would say it's in the matters of just very tiny numbers. Like I would say 49-51, the only thing separating these two teams, and that's the only edge I would want to give to Asterisk probably.
Yeah, another edge that we also have to consider is the coach that they have right behind them. Antidote being that veteran presence that's always guiding them in the right direction. Like, I'm not going to say that Hacker's a bad coach, because Hacker has really proven to be that superstar level coach as well, where his teams can rely on him to give them proper direction, to just calm them down. But when you have that veteran presence of Antidote on the team, he just is built different in that sense, right? He sees the game from the eyes as a player, because he's been on the stage before. He's been in the tier 1 scene. He's lifted up a trophy that showcased to everyone that he still has it in him to really compete if things do get a little bit too dicey. The fact
he's
that
won
he's
this
retired,
competition.
Yeah. He's been here already, right? He's won the Acer Predator League in the past, so he already knows what it takes to get to that grand final stage, and he's now leading this young team in so many different directions. That's why I was a little bit shocked that they were not able to take at least one map away from SATUL previously in that upper bracket stage, because for the members of Asterisk here, this is a revenge story that they're trying to build, right? And in this particular revenge story, we have seen them in the previous tournaments that they played here in the TAC, that if you give these guys time to prep, if you allow them to really build a counter strat against you, they will be able to win. So GGEZ, they should be scared in the way that they approach this map. I'm hoping that they have a little bit of a different playstyle going for themselves, because I know 100% that the members of Asterisk, they've already built a counter plan to a lot of the strategies that GGEZ have already showcased to us for the map of Haven here. As you can already see from the map selection, it's still favoring the members of Asterisk drastically in the way that they're going to play. GGEZ, they should be worried about how they want to approach this map.
Well, Haven is going to be what kicks us off. And we did see a pretty interesting comp from Asterisk the last time they played this. They love playing a double controller with a Viper on this, which is usually portrayed by Lil Boy. And it was a very, cool pick to see, because it was the both of us who were looking at that game. And the fact that he, didn't use his Viper pit across the entire series of rounds that were played out until the very end. And this time around, they seem to have gone...
What? I mean, in a sense, if it works, but that is a little bit surprising. The fact that they've gone in for a double duelist composition, this is a bit of a change out from their overall strategies. GGEZ, they have showcased to us different strategies that they generally like to play, but in a lot of ways, I'm kind of surprised in what sense that what are they trying to bring onto the table? Because I can tell that with this double duelist setup, it's going to be quite interesting of how GGEZ are going to be able to try and take this duel. Asterisk, though, on the opposite side of the spectrum, they've gone in for the tried and true tested composition. They've not really changed out much in their overall setup, and they're doing quite well in that approach, right? Because this has worked through almost any composition that they've gone up against up till now. And in a lot of this consensus, their strategies have kind of been read into. They've gone the exact same thing over and over again. So they're in that situation where they're very easy to predict. And if they're not careful in the way that these predictions are going to work, it's going to be tough because this double duelist composition, yeah, it has a lot of different like moving pieces, right? It's very simple to play. I think I was explaining this to Oro yesterday, that the double duelist composition is very simple. You don't have to have like insane levels of synergy to make it work. You just need to have the bare bone fundamentals in mind and just like, combo a couple of bits of utility. Like, for God's sake, just use the dimensional drift with the Hunter's Fury and use the dimensional drift with a kill contract to guarantee yourself a kill, right? If you can time it all out right, then you just win out on a map. It's all about the ultimate utility.
Well, on the attack, they move. Asterisk will be starting off first, and they've got a bit of an inkling to go towards C. And they're pretty much right about this, because the defenders are right now taking control of A as much as they possibly can. A 3-man push on the other side, and DC is just going to throw in a tripwire, which already has been destroyed, and he knows that there's multiple players here now. But he's still going to play it safe. He knows that he has to just keep himself alive, but Yash dives straight into his face. A slide down and a bullet to the head, and now comes the 4-man flank here, and Asterisk have to be ready for this.
Yikes. That was a fast one indeed coming out from them. Quick and painless. A little bit painful, though, I would say, on the opposite side of it. The speed of these entries are perfectly in the tone for Asterisk. Catching their opponents off guard and being able to take a fight like this early on is so necessary for them. ISO now really instant silence here, but Yash still in absolute danger here towards the side of Garage, hitting all of the shots. Little boy goes in for more, and Cabone's going to be coming in for the finisher. Beautiful first round coming through for the members of Asterisk. Now, this is what I was telling you, ladies and gentlemen. Those cracks that you have showcased previously in your overall setup, GGEZ, you have to fill it up quickly, because Asterisk, they've done their homework.
Absolutely. A pretty simple first entry into the side, and the minute they got it, it was clean and easy for them to hold on to their postman positions, and the rest was just the work of Yash finding the first frag when they just came in from C-Long's head, and somehow he just wasn't killed at all. The rest of them were waiting and didn't even need to extend any more than they did. Once again, C's been left open. This time a little bit of presence outside of B and Garage here for the side of GGEZ. And the Cypher's moved up already. He's got both tripwires invested in this round, by the way, which is an interesting aspect, considering that they did lose the previous round, and this is an anti-eco. And Kibo In the midst of all this, has already walked into C, has spotted his alter ego, Vibhor, continuing to constantly keep the pressure on him. He's gonna have to just give it up away. Seaside once again taken control of. In the midst of this, Karam is found Markavelli in his small little venture towards mid. And while he's gone down pretty down low, it doesn't really matter at the moment because the site's already been taken control of. And these classics, they don't seem like they could do more than probably get one kill max here.
It's done pretty well for these overall fights, but the members of Asterisk, they need to be careful of how they stabilize themselves. They don't want to give much away. These ultimate points that could go in the favor of the defenders could be a problem for them, but now kill hungry. It's going to be Cabone to be first in line. He's given away DC an ultimate point though, but honestly a neural Kev, not really that big of a deal to deal with. They need to be careful about Yash though. He does have a Vandal in hand and he cannot lose it. Instantly running away here from this fight there. Everyone's going to try and die to the spike. Two players do drop, never mind. They've dealt the damage and this is huge coming out from them. They died to the spike, they deny 2 points and they were able to take out 3 players and their weapons. Honestly speaking, GGEZ, they've gotten more than they could have asked for in this particular round.
Yeah, the fact that they actually got away with 2 there, Asterix probably didn't really need to peek out. Ryzen and Karamel could have held their ground. Karamel, although, didn't really have a weapon, so that's okay. But the Spectre has been dropped. It's just a 1 weapon though, so reinvestment is not going to be that much of a trouble here. And Yash already has himself available with a Vandal. And considering that he's already built up half the orbs required for his ultimate, he's going to be on the lookout for more. He's been sent towards mid this time for a bit of a search mission. Nothing in his eyesight just yet as Trinity holding on that line. But once again, the right read here from Asterisk. Coupled up outside a garage, and here's the trade. Kohli will get taken out as Yash also goes down, but they've lost the controller now, and that's a big problem. Can't really hold off this B side anymore, and Karamel will force the fight, and Trinity's gone straight down. Retrieval was his option, and he will get caught in between of just that. And now Asterix once again with the plant, choosing to go for the post plant outside of B instead of just trying to keep control of site here. Is this going to be a problem for them?
It might be. They need to be careful.
Oh, the one way.
Go with this one next. This is a little bit bad here, Karamo. He gets away with murder, daylight robbery, as he just keeps on hitting these shots. Put this man in jail. Because this guy is just stealing away rounds from the members of GGEZ. But then again, if your defensive sightlines, if your security system is this weak, they deserve to be robbed like this. Because Karamal single-handedly just turned it all around. Just look at this guy, the raw mechanical skill on Karamal, ladies and gentlemen. It's a sight to behold. As Asterix, they're firing up on all cylinders. And mind you, this is not even their map pick. And GGEZ, they need to try and find an answer quick because these rounds are just being taken away almost in front of their eyes.
Markavelli will keep the A side line cleared off for now while Asterisk once again prioritize the B side. And this time, there's a bunch of players here. DC is also slowly making his way, but Asterisk choose to move away. Back towards A they go, and Markavelli's left his line of sight. He's going to double up with his Sova to come towards long and maybe take a little bit more of a favorable fight. They might just get caught off guard here. Walking all the way through, and Karamel once again strikes. First blood for this man again. And now Markavelli is going to have some support around him, but he's been taken out even before the smoke can pop. The controlled smoke, that's usually helping them. Still in that side. Kohli and Trinity find one each. Jumping around, being a menace across that smoke, and Trinity still keeping things alive. With the shield comes on as well. And some mates come down to a 1v1. Ryzen will go down as he's so darn low, and Trinity will win the round.
That was a little bit too close for comfort now, wasn't it, Universe? It really did come down to the wire, the last moments before everything could have fallen apart there. But good God, was this a close one? They just took an isolated 1v1 against an ISO. Stuff like this is where the ISO really thrives. You can tell that the shield coming in from Trinity was really his saving grace. That's the turnaround point that they needed. A superstar level performance from their star duelist player. GGEZ back in towards the game, but Can't really celebrate just yet because their economy is still down in the ditches. If they do lose in this round, instantly they're being forced onto another eco because now the loss streak bonus just doesn't exist for them. They need to be careful of how these engagements are going to look for them too. With Garage now being a big point of contention as the members of Asterisk just trying to poke and prod across the entire map, trying to see if they can catch any of the straight players from GGEZ, but none of them are trying to play aggressive just yet. They know that the mid side is being pressured onto, so they're just trying to hold their ground as long as they can.
Smoke dissipated outside of B, and once again they're going to recycle through those. As Asterisk now will use one of their own to just get a little bit of a touch of information outside of A. Machiavelli spotted. Gate crash available for him to get out of here. Doesn't need to. He's got his teammate right next to him. Trinity is right there. And they're going to re-clear that once again. Sending out a fake out as well, which is not going to be broken. So this might give them the clarity of the fact that this is not going to come towards A. And Asterisk are already heading in towards what could be a stack on C in Garage. They're heading in Garage. Yash spotted. He's going to have a relay ball to use, and he's going to utilize it perfectly. Does cover off the Sova, and it's all alone now. DC on site. Bit of a stun. Shocked out. Everything comes through, and Vibor will find one. Karamel with the trade, and everybody's now here from the entire 10-man. 1 for 1. Everybody's going blow for blow here, but it's still keep on top of things. 4 HP. Forgive me. 4 seconds left on the clock. He either had to go for the plant or for the fight. And unfortunately, Machiavelli was ready for his wide swing.
Good shots here. Positioning was perfect coming in from either team, but the members of AST, they just slowed things down over to a crawl a little bit too much. And you can tell that GGEZ, they have a good understanding of how to counter out the members of AST as well. They need to beat AST to the site first, and they need to keep on fighting, because as soon as that post plan rolls around, there is no goddamn way you're going to be able to win that round on a post plan. Those retakes are close to impossible as long as that Viper and Omen stay alive. And that deep understanding for GGEZ have given them a lot of these rounds to play for. Now, I do believe that the buys are not looking that clean now for the members of AST. Wait, no, never mind. They still do have one more buy to play for because of the amount of rounds that they were able to win out very decisively. As the overdrive coming in strong for Yash here instantly. Kaboom's going to be one shot down too. Never mind, the Hunter's Fury. Just able to catch them out as they were funneling and trying to run away from the attackers just rushing in towards the side. C seems to be the weakest point of contention for this team as GGEZ now paying for this post line. Vibor, you have no way of winning this round. Doesn't matter if a miracle happens, because as long as those two controllers are alive, it's close to impossible to try and break onto this side.
Poison orb emitting.
Well,
Poison's off.
save is the only call here. Nothing else for Vibor to do. Maybe finds one straggler, but he's too far away from everybody. Look at that. 4-man stack on C long. Like, they just lined up like a train. And he's going to be able to survive. No problem here for Vibor. Yeah.
The good old days when there was a sage wall that you just utilized to scare your opponents. I still remember, right? When we were doing the Gauntlet series a long time ago, there was a moment where a sage just walled her entire team up. I don't remember which team was it, but it was such a long time ago. Stuff like that is still like really fun to see, and a lot of people have still kept those spirits going, especially when it came down to the team where Hacker immediately now takes a pause to just calm his team down and just to give them a little bit more direction here. But don't forget, this is like a double-edged sword, right? Because now Antidote can also give his team a bit of a pep talk and just talk it over what they were doing wrong on those last couple of rounds. They've really showcased that, hey, the C-side is the weakest point for them. But now that GGEZ have finally found out what's going on wrong, are they going to try to play a little bit more aggressive towards the mid side to just stop these C players from getting full control of Garage and also C long almost instantly?
Well, this is going to be an interesting turnaround. Hacker, what direction does he have for his team? Maybe utilize that ISO ult to be aggressive, find one out. Is Trinity confident enough to do that? He has been working it well so far. That one round in a 3K where he won the round. This time around though, probably not for this round, but for the next round, he definitely can for sure couple it up with the Dimensional Drift and turn it around, because Machiavelli will definitely get his ultimate in the next round. Maybe this one itself.
Scanning ahead.
Knowing them, it's not gonna be as unexpected. Risen just messed up his teleport, I do believe. Yeah, he actually did. The teleport was just a little bit off there. That's gonna cost his life in the process. That's a big kill for them to find, but Yash almost instantly answers. Good shots here coming in from Yash. He's looking for one more. Trinity, though, turns it around. Never mind, Karamo doesn't really find the kill. And these sheriffs are singing the song of death that we all love to hear. Swing out, up and ready. They're still able to find these double peaks to work for them. Yash now caught on an island. Doesn't really have much. The fast lane trying to be utilized to instantly go in for the turnaround play. This is down over to a 2v3 situation. The weapons cannot be retrieved as easily, but look at the Cypher, look at the position that he is holding. And the members of AST, they have to be aware of this one. They already know that because of the extreme amounts of aggression that they have showcased towards the A side, one player has to be coming in for that flank, so they have to make this push in towards A. They don't have much of a choice, and Vebor, just an absolute unit to try and fight up against. AST, now they are bleeding, especially after that pause, but Yash still has the spike in hand, so can make a rotation happen. Go on towards C because the Cypher's already given away his spot. That means that C is completely open and easy to go in for a plan.
Yeah. Yeah, but Vibor's already made his way here. They've heard him as well. There comes the recon. Yash will have to wide swing this. Vibor's timing on the rotate was absolutely spot on. The minute he saw his Cypher die, he instantly ran all the way across the map. Good round there from GGEZ. All thanks to Vibor and Trinity. They started things off here. Vibor was the first one. Trinity doubled that up. He found 2 on that A side. Very important. And now they've got 5 ultimates to play with in the next couple of rounds.
Really come on down to the wire here, ladies and gentlemen. Now Vibor, he's going to be in an interesting scenario. I'm pretty sure that they've heard the fact that Ryzen's up on top of this lane here. To be careful of where they're going to go with this. Aldrone utilized a tiny bit of spam here. Yash's position now revealed. 5v5 for the retake. They have big ultimates to go in towards this round. They need to be careful of how they hold on to this. AST, a little bit risky, but they're able to catch out Trinity. That's a kill contract now gone. That was a big ultimate that they needed to try and go in for this fight. And because of the killjoy lockdown, they can't even rush in to try and go in for an engagement. Even with the dimensional drift, Machiavelli can't really do much because he has an op in his hand, so he can't really be the first one to take that entry. Time taken away here. Hunter's Fury now being utilized. Spike does go down, but the kill doesn't go through. Machiavelli used this Hunter. Why are you using the Hunter's Fury before using the Dimensional Drift? That was a free kill that you could have gotten. You just lost the round and squandered 2 ultimates. What the hell just happened, GGEZ? Not like this.
Oh my god.
Universe, you can't tell me that that was a blunder of the century.
Well, I'm not telling you anything because it was close to it. Not sure why the Hunter's Fury was before the Dimensional Drift. The Dimensional Drift should have come when he heard the plant itself. At least for the second, maybe the third time, whenever it was, the Dimensional Drift should have gone in first. Machiavelli and his teammates, clearly a huge lapse of communication there. And now they've lost 2 very good ultimates on the back of that. Although Asterisk also had used a couple of theirs. The pressure from the shadows just by Ryzen teleporting on top of Heaven forced them to evacuate the site. And then the Killjoy lockdown, which came on the back of Trinity being taken down towards short, which he should have won that duel, honestly. It was a stinger in front of him. And now Asterisk utilizing that little economic advantage they have. But Trinity, quick to steal it back, goes out of the smoke, finds one, and now will get back as well. Unharmed at that. And he's got his ultimate. Can kidnap somebody into a favorable 1v1. But he's got no shield at the moment. And he's got information to wait for. Machiavelli at the meantime is holding on towards A. So Asterisk now are just going to probably come and slightly poke around this A side with Keyboard's utility. The Viper wall being raised as well. That's going to keep Machiavelli busy for a couple of seconds as the rest of Asterisk now hoping that GGEZ start making movements. And as we look at it, the ultimate's been used from Trinity and it's gone to waste. But Machiavelli's found one and DC will headshot 2 members in the middle of all this. Lil Boy will cover up for the low HP, but Karamel still has to survive for the plant. And there's a Killjoy. There's a Viper locked the pit here. The ultimate that could save this round, but he's gonna jump straight into Trinity's arms. And there's the final blow.
That was a beautiful one at that. Good shot here overall, Trinity. Zane just never fails to amaze me. Even when the utility is not really the best here coming in from GGEZ. When it comes down to their raw mechanical skill and their team play and synergy just for playing the fundamentals of Valorant, you cannot deny that they don't do that well. The fact that DC's position completely went unknown there, they needed to clear out these close corners first. But good God, Trinity, man. This guy is as cool as a cucumber. You can't phase him now, can you? But Antidote now immediately taking that pause. These coaches are just playing chess. Oh, we lose 2 rounds, I take a pause. Hacker's like, oh, we lost 2 rounds, I'm gonna take a pause. Stuff like this is just insane to watch. But when the stakes are this high, when you have that ticket to the grand final stage and a possible one-way ticket to the Asia Pacific Predator League, ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss out on that opportunity to represent your country on that global stage.
Oh. Well, I think we had a smaller disconnection from our observer end there. No problem. We should be getting back into the game fairly soon enough. But while we get back, I would like to inform you about what Acer have got in store for you, which is the Predator Helios Neo 16 Slim AI, which is the thinnest Predator that they've ever built, crafted for gamers and creators who need full-scale performance in a sleek, stylish design in an ultra-portable body. And don't let its size fool you. It might be slim, but inside it is packed a powerhouse with high-performance CPUs, powerful GPUs, and a thermal system that keeps you cool while staying on the move. And with this, of course, with every Helios purchase, you get a free gaming monitor from Acer. Not just that, cashback of up to 5,000 rupees available, and also instant bank discounts of up to 15,000 rupees. So if you haven't checked it already, go just have a look at the description. You know, maybe you might not be in the mood to buy right now, but maybe after you see what the final price could be, including all of your offers, you could be in the zone to maybe get a free one monitor. I mean, not the laptop.
Yeah, the free gaming monitor really does give you that extra incentive, right, to just get yourself a Helios. And hey, maybe it could be the thing that jumpstarts your Valorant career to go up against grades of this caliber. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, one of the players that are in the upper brackets headed its start of his journey on the other foot, but we're going to be talking about that later because already the round is continuing here for this fight. Yash is going to be the first one to take the engagement here with DC. Good God, that's going to be a triple kill coming out from him, holding down the line from the defensive end. It doesn't matter what the game plan was, it doesn't really seem to be working. Never mind, maybe Yash is going to be the equalizer for it. Close on the angle, it's going to be Machiavelli with the first. He's looking for more, and he's going to whips out classic to shut down Yash. Was already at low HP, 5-5 as the members of GGEZ. They got that perfect lead and they completely stacked up on that Ace.
Yeah, DC, I wish you could see his POV, what exactly he pulled off there. But by the looks of it, clearly everybody just kind of lined up and he swung out at the right time. A winner for him as he levels things up for his team here. 5-5. Haven seemingly like to close the first half with no differences between the two teams, but Machiavelli could give that in the dent. Smoke prevents him, not too far away that shot. Well timed as well. But Asterisk, having spotted that op, now have to go away. No longer want to challenge that C-long side, and with these secondary weapons that they've got, have finding B as the most favorable spot for them to kind of make an entry happen. And Kohli is here ready for it, but there's an overdrive being sent. He will get away though, safely. And the Viper Spit has been put up here for a Hail Mary round with a couple of pistols, stingers. This has to be a big round. Asterisk also have a Hunter's Fury on the back of this. And Karamin needs the first shot to connect. It unfortunately won't. He won't be able to do what Starlet did, but he's at least dropped him down pretty low. One after the other, they're going to jump in that Viper Spit. DC and Vibo find one more each. Ryzen's going to get one. Vibo takes him down. It's a 1 versus 2 now. And the Hunter's Fury might just save this all from happening. He gets the tag onto the 1. Waits for the second. Jumps up in the air to dodge DC, but he is inevitable. Another 3k for DC. as he puts up the lead for his team.
Last
DC
round
is
in
an
the half.
absolute powerhouse of a player, honestly speaking. The way that he's been consistent throughout this entire tournament, racking up MVPs after MVPs for GGEZ, just goes to show how incredible this one player has been for their team. And to look at the utility usage overall too, the fact that they had absolutely no fear of the Viper Spit being utilized on the B side. Arguably a little bit questionable though when you think about the 2 universe, that who in their right minds would try to go in for a Viper Spit set play on the B side like this when you know that when you know that there's a converging pathway with the B and C link that A and C link that you have to worry about. A bit questionable for the overall strategy from the members of AST, especially with GGEZ having ample amounts of utility to try and catch out that Viper from these different positions because of the dimensional drift and of course the kill contract at hand. But even then, AST now given the chance to try and equalize out the scoreline. Lost out on their first player, Caramel. Nonetheless, therefore, Trinity beats the timing. Possibly a kill could be coming in, but Caramel instant for the kill. But the Hunter's Fury from Vibor finds value. That's Caramel now being sent back down into the graves, and that was a big ultimate that they had on their side too. That's the Killjoy lockdown now no longer being available in the last stage of this round.
I'm out of here.
They're going to buckle up on this A side pretty easily, and Machiavelli is coming on the flank with an AWP. That's a Vandal to pick up, but I don't think he's going to cross that without seeing Yash in his eyesight, and he will take him out as well. Flank now, a big problem. But they're going to counter that by going all the way towards spawn. Force a fight onto Kohli, and he's only good for the one. Machiavelli now up for a clutchable moment. Looking for any stray bullets that he can connect. Oh, informational jump. Unfortunately, he gives away his own life. It was risky and it didn't pay off. Like I said, it's come to the point where nothing separates these two teams as we end the first half of this series.
Doing it quite well. These squads just are absolutely at each other's throats. And you can tell that as soon as one side adapts, the other one instantly is able to answer back. And it's these moments that really just are all over the place. The members of Asterisk are now on an even Steven scoreline, as now this has turned from a RO24 into an RO12 pretty much, as both sides are now just fighting to get to that closing moment. The fact that both of these squads are so equally matched is what's really scary as well, but don't forget, now that the double controller setup is on the defensive side, arguably this is going to be a lot more easier for the members of ACU to hold on to these lines, but can't really count the chickens before they had just yet, as a fast rush coming in towards the seaside. Little boy needs to be the one to stay alive, possibly going for multi-frags. Backup has already arrived. Caramel in towards the back end of the side, but Little Boy doesn't even need that much help. He's still alive and kicking, just playing from the back end of platform. Beautiful crossfire being set up, but the shots just don't connect somehow. They turned this one around. Wait a minute, even though Little Boy, he found that double kill. The members of GGEZ, they win out on their duels.
That just turned around like a nightmare for Asterisk. They had control. Little Boy found two. And then suddenly, one distraction after the other, and everybody lost their calm, lost their positioning. Now it's up to Yash. Tagged and dealt with. Vibor's gonna find him with a third as well. GGEZ will take the pistol on the back of a 3v5 clutch. Once again, Little Boy here, you saw him first one, second to follow up as well. Really well done at that, and then everything's calm and easy. But suddenly, Trinity, along with Vibor, turns things around. And now we have Asterix on the back foot. To counter it, it seems that they're going to go on that A-long train setup that they usually do. We've seen them do this before, that smoke could pander it out. But nobody's going to be challenging them here. A deep smoke onto mid window, and they're expecting a push to come in here. So that's a bit of a fake. That's actually a very smart thing to do as well, because that's going to constantly keep them wondering if at all that smoke is going to get any sort of attention in terms of a push. And finally, it's given them time to go on the flank here. But Trinity and DC find one each. They're going to get away, isolating these fights right to a crisp. And DC is doing all the work for his team. Kibo manages to find just the one in this little chaos. But Kohli's going to put an end to it. 8th on the board. Nothing more lost than just a classic. Forgive me, a ghost. And GGEZ, no problems getting into this bonus round. But another timeout here, this time called in by Ryzen. Yeah, very interesting that they're going to go for another pause right now. Pretty quick as well, considering that it's just an anti-eco that they lost. But losing such rounds could maybe make you feel a little angry. And to keep yourself at top of these rounds, you need the Predator Helios Neo 16 AI, which is the fiercest Predator from Acer. It has got the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor. Yeah, it's got the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, 275HX, which also has a 5070 graphics card from NVIDIA. And it has, of course, a great amount of refresh rate as well, 240 hertz of a screen that tracks every move with the precision of a hunting hawk, which right now seems to be GGEZ's rounds.
Absolutely. And the prime hunter here has to be DC. 13 kills to his name, leading the charts here, even on that attack side. The fact that he was able to be that turnaround player on so many of these duels just goes to show that he's not that passive of a Cypher. The way that he's able to take these engagements just goes to show that the members of GGEZ are not out here to play. They're here to make sure that the members of AST, they will bleed. And overall, the much more simplistic composition that they're running in for is just seemingly working better for them. Much more of a control heavy setup. It's just not gonna work. Machiavelli just slabs down poor old Ryzen. Poor guy didn't even try to take that duel. He's gonna get caught up for it. Caramel just made a meal out of it. Oh my god, that's just sad. That's not a strategy diff.
Yeah.
Because the positioning was perfect from them. It's just that Caramel missed his shot. That's an unfortunate round loss for AST. I can't say anything about it.
Yeah, he should have connected more there, I'm pretty sure. He had a good positioning. They didn't even check that pre-fire angle. They swung out wide, and Caramel should be good to finish that. And now, that's left Kibo alone. By the way, this is a bonus round win for GGEZ, which is a huge thing for them. Economy is going to be at a boost. They were playing with just a couple of... I think there were only 2 Guardians. And maybe a Spectre or 2 at best. Nothing more than that available. And they've just absolutely turned up the pace and turned it around. All they needed was a little bit of a rush. And it seems to have worked out perfectly. And Kibo will... Okay, he will survive. Thought he's going to go down there.
It's quite interesting. Even then. Members of Asterisk, they are kind of down on pauses too. Think about it. Because of the pause being taken over that early, now Antidote doesn't really have a say on what's going to happen in the rounds prior following this. This is not going to end well for them if they're not careful. 96 on the scorecards as AST. They need to try and mount a comeback here almost immediately. Otherwise, things are not going to be looking that clean for them. Seaside now ripe for the picking. It is going to be their members just trying to hold on to this at the bare minimum, but with no one playing towards the Seaside and everyone else from AST trying to huddle up together to get a little bit of a clearance towards the side of Garden, everyone's opting for a flank, and it's going to be the Sova who takes the first fight. Vibor, he's got an instantaneous kill here. He's still alive. He's getting more here. Vibor with the double in towards the back. Ryzen finally shuts him down, but the Sova still, the Cypher is still present in the back to hold on to that line. Even though they have the man advantage, the fact that there's no pressure coming in from Ceylon, they're all following through one singular Cyclone, and Trinity is just going to mow them down almost instantly.
No way through. Damage has been done. Kibo once again left with his Phantom to save it. And Asterisk, round by round, seem to keep crumbling. Has to run away. Kibo pressured across from every side here, but maybe he just about manages to sneak into the next round with his life intact. And he will. GGEZ keep the pressure on. It was an eco, of course, for Asterisk, but this 4-round stitch up has them in a bit of a spliff. You're gonna have to turn things around now with maybe a bit of an aggressive attack, which could come outside of A. It looks likely. I do see Kiba out there, maybe holding on the Hunter's Fury to give some space to the Neon to run through. But on the opposite end, Kram is going to make a move forward with the alarm bot deep in, and there goes the A attack. Well, they've got control of A. It's a right read from GGEZ. Now they're going to go the other side and try to take control of what usually was even their game plan. To leave C on a retake, which DC was often doing. And now while the setup's been changed from Asterisk, DC once again on the move, making sure that nobody catches his eye outside of B. And Karamel's holding his ground for a walking trinity.
Totally shot out. That's going to be the opener that they needed. Members of Asterisk showcasing that yet they're not going to giving this one up anytime soon. Hunter's Fury is still available for the attack side, and this is going to be quite important for them to hold on to. Good openers, all that they require. What a shot!
Wow.
DC just catches Karamo lacking. What a bullet kill. They just got such a good read on what Karamal is trying to do. That is one of the legendary possessions that Karamal likes to play all the time. So it's a common angle, yes, but not a lot of people clear that out, especially in professional levels of play. Who the hell would ever play there, right? DC, understanding the life of Sentinel, instantly finds that answer. It's going to be Machiavelli to just try to bait out Yash here on the opposite side. They're going to be able to find some information, and because of the Killjoy already being dead, they can play really slowly for this lurk up.
Oh, Maka's got an opening as well.
Yash now gone. Yeah, that's like massive for them. But instantly, the Hunter's Fury does find a little bit of value, but Machiavelli is still in towards back. DC's going to be able to shut down another one. Coley just instantly turn around, catches Little Boy. Cabon's going to get brought down onto his knees, and what a shot! DC! What is this guy on? I want to know what he had for lunch because he is in his flow state. He's not been missing a single shot here.
Yeah, another round with the 3K for him. He's had 3 of these now.
Like, look at this guy.
Such. He's having a game. He is having a game. And he's going to continue on his stride. Asterisk are now being brought down to bits. Yesterday, Haven was a safe haven for them. They were 12-4 up, I believe, up against Rat Syndicate. And today, they are absolutely outplayed. This Viper Wall, not going to help them for too long, it seems. It's not given that much value. Little Boy, while individually, he's been decent on his foot. The rest of them as a team just not gelling up. And that was the one thing that I mentioned as well, that I feel like Asterisk, having been together as a squad, might give them the edge, but GGEZ will be putting the pressure on them in just pure aim sense in the second half at least. Because Asterisk have failed to win a single round on their defensive side.
This is just difficult.
The wall goes
a lot
up.
of these engagements. DC, no way! He just used the enemy Viper's wall against him. Asterisk. There is no way you can try to get this game if your opponents are using your own utility against you. Poor old Yash still wasn't even expecting it. This retake is nigh impossible for them as Trinity. If he does get to find another kill, Bramwell's going to be able to find that double, but still, the task to try and bring this round back is going to be so difficult for them. Hunter's Fury up and ready into the shadows on the opposite side. They're looking for the kill. Karamel's going to be the turnaround player. Has the Hunter's Fury, knows exactly where Coley is. Goes for the fight. Player is already spotted. Karamel's going to be the hero of the story here, ladies and gentlemen. Hunter's Fury up and ready, up in arms, close for the fight. He's going to try to take the engagement duel. Vivor, he's just wasting our time. And Vivor, the years of experience to his name, to shut down Karamal. Even though he gets the ace, the round just slips away. 12th on the board is GGEZ. They're sitting at match point.
Yeah, money still a miss here though for Asterisk. I think a couple of half armors might have to be bought in here. Started all with DC, but then Karamel says, I'm going to start lifting things up now. Gets the weight on his shoulder and stands up to the task as well. Unfortunately, all the isolations in the world for him will not be working for more than just an ace. Just an individual clip for him to keep and post on social media, because the round has bited away. 12-6 match point here for the attackers. There is a saving grace in the name of a Killjoy lockdown, and Yash going in a bit for the aggression here, but he's been shut down. And Mark has got one as well. Reckless, it
Dimensional
seemed
drift is
almost
ready.
from... Yeah, this seemed like a little reckless from Asterisk. They wanted a saving grace of some kind. Instead, they lose 2 members. And now they're going to have to rely on that Killjoy lockdown, towards which is the direction of GGEZ's attack going. But and they hold off. He's given up the side completely. Knows he can afford to do that. And here they come. A flank as well in progress, which will be spotted as soon as that tripwire is going to be broken. But Karamel's gone. He doesn't use the lockdown. He hoped to get an advantage for his flanking teammates.
No.
And now they've been hurt as well. This is and should be the end of map 1.
Player standing.
There is no way that this just happened. Little boy, the world's against him. Dimensional drift, possibly as well. No. What am I saying? DC with a shotgun's gonna be the thing that brings him back down onto his knees. My mind just cannot make sense of what just happened. Such a good start for the members of Asterisk, but they fall like this. Mistake after mistake, round after round. The team just could not even do a goddamn thing to try and stop this from happening. They just tried to bash their heads against an iron wall, hoping that the wall would break, but instead, it didn't even dent. They just...
Yeah.
I don't know how to put it, because a lot of the strat plays that they were trying to do, like that one round where DC hit behind the own Viper wall, like he hit behind the defensive Viper wall and caught out Yash as he was trying to rotate back. Stuff like this, that's gonna cause a tilt and a half on your team.
Yeah, Yash didn't even actually check that angle, so even if the Viper wall wasn't gonna come up, I think he would have got caught out there anyway. It was just unfortunate that the Viper wall actually secured that even more so than it not naturally would have. And yeah, it's just moments like those. Asterisk started making a lot of mistakes in that second half there, especially starting off with the bonus round itself. Well, while you saw that the GGEZ boys were very aggressive, it seemed like Asterisk were not afraid to fight them. Unfortunately, their positions were not in tradable ones, and they just could not get back into that round. And the minute after that, of course, it was an eco. They were trying out different things. Aggression was completely different. They usually were very, very keen on taking A main control on the previous time they played Haven, which was against that Syndicate. But this time around, aggression was just not on their cards. They just wanted to let GGEZ dictate the entire game plan here, the momentum of the map, and very easily GGEZ said, "Yeah, of course we're gonna do that. We're gonna take you up on the ride, and the roller coaster will only end with us winning this game." And what a win as well! A flawless second half from them.
It was just such a big surprise to me that the way that Asterisk even planned on playing a lot of these rounds, it's most of these engagements just really came down to, hey, we're starting off with the engagement just going in one direction. We were like, okay, this is the vast game plan that we have. Asterisk, they wanted to push in towards A main. They wanted to use the Viper's utility to just give them a little bit more space. They lost mid control. Okay, that's completely fine because we have enough utility because we are a double controller setup to hold them back. But that's kind of the thing. Where's the proactive nature of your overall setup? You had no information throughout the entire game. You allowed the members of GGEZ to just trample over you wherever they wanted. They're a double duelist comp. They have enough utility to break past your double controller setup. If you don't stop them early enough with a tiny little bit of your own utility, you have rechargeable utility to try and take those fights. None of that happened. And when they tried to take those certain engagements, right, when they tried to fight against this double duelist setup, it was very haphazard. Like you saw that push in that very last round, right? Where the Neon just tried to breakneck speed it from the side of Ceylon. Where is your extra bit of utility? You should have had your Omen present. You should have had at least your Viper up and ready to try and give you something, maybe even a snake bite to try and go with you. None of that really happened. And this was just something that they couldn't really figure out on the defensive side. All their members just kept dying randomly out of nowhere. I feel bad for Ryzen here because in a couple of the rounds, the poor guy couldn't even shoot his weapon. He got killed from wallbangs and through smokes about like 2 or 3 times during that defensive side. Everything just aligned for GGEZ. I think that this was just their map. There was nothing that could be said here.
Yeah, I think that GGEZ really turned up, the effect of peaking as 3 in a basic group, having DC do the lock around that he did, and even then he was being a very very menacing point for the side of Asterix. He just could not be killed at it seemed at certain points, and that in overall statistical view was of course what won them the game, because he was getting 3Ks after 3Ks, multiple rounds where he was able to manage those. And not to mention that on the back of it, Trinity was doing a lot of the work for their team as well. Starting off with the second round of the map itself, where he managed to pull off a clutch in their eco round, anti-eco, forgive me, and he was able to do so much more across the map. There were a lot of double kills that I saw from Trinity as well, where he's just spraying down people, finding the openings, and he's just taking that front runner role really, really comfortably, and he's able to open up the space for his team. And Machiavelli, while he was playing a bit of a more reserved role with the Yoru, he also had a couple of moments where it seemed like he could have, taken over the game. But honestly, DC and Trinity did a lot of the work for their team here.
Yeah, when you look at the scoreboard, I think the better picture will be painted exactly who was the superstar for the side of GGEZ. It was again DC, man. This guy probably had the best game in his entire Valorant career. To peek out against Karabel on Garage like that, the absolute disrespect on this man. Then take that 3K, go towards mid, swing out, take another fight, win that duel, and to just give that many advantages to your team. It doesn't happen. You as a Cypher player should never have that much courage in you to peek out and take these kind of fights. But good God, did he just perform. Every single one of their members really did turn up here. And I don't really understand how it was even possible, because there was a lot of mess-ups, right, in the overall utility for GGEZ, but the way that they played their fundamentals, just the fact that they were double peaking, even without utility, like I didn't really see a lot of utility that blew me away, right, from the members of GGEZ. It was just good Valorant, like good tactical shooter fundamentals that won them the game here. While Asterisk, they just fell behind on the fundamentals where the utility was just as stable as it could be.
Yeah, while Karamel will take away the MVP for himself on the back of a nice little ace that he got outside of B. It's unfortunately not going to mean anything, because he needs a map win here. And that next map is going to be a little bit more difficult for them. Momentum right now resides on the side of GGEZ. And they're going to feel confident while they go up onto their own map pick now. By the way, this was Asterisk who chose Haven as their first ground to battle. And we will now await what's going to happen on the second map. Ladies and gentlemen, a short little break, as we will be right back to see whether or not GGEZ make their step into the final, or is this going to be turned into a 3-mapper. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here once again with map number 2, which could be the end of this series, propelling GGEZ to the grand final on 11th of October, where they will face off SATL or Asterisk here now, standing to make a comeback on their opponent's map pick. Lotus is up now. We have seen a lot of these vetoes go the way of both having three-sided maps, which hasn't been the most fun thing, because I would have really enjoyed to see a Sunset, Abyss, Corrode, or Bind. But it seems like the players are very, very happy and content with these 3 maps being in the veto pretty much all the time.
This is kind of where the fun really lies, right? You have that deep understanding of those 3-sided maps because you play it all the time. And remember when Lotus was first introduced into the game, I'm pretty sure that we had this talk before, right? That this is probably the worst map in the entire game. A lot of the players kind of agreed the fact that they hated this map and they never wanted to play it. But now Lotus is probably even more of a bigger favorite than Ascent recently in our region. So it's a big surprise, right? And such a dynamic shift that over the years, players have just started to figure out that these 3-sided maps just allow you to have that better strategic diversity in comparison to all of the others. And whichever team that has the better playstyle and, of course, the better strategies will, of course, be able to win. While on Ascent, it's just a DM fest.
Oh, no, they
you get
body
to a
block.
position
No,
and you just shoot. And that's going to hurt a bit for the overall start here for the members of Asterisk, as they tried to go in for an execute, but all their players just already lost their life at the very beginning. Okay, that's going to be Coley taking out one, and this has just started off on the wrong foot. Members of Asterisk, maybe this first round's not going to be the best of starts for them.
Oh, they're going to jump in though. Ryzen's getting one, and DC's already gotten one before that. And here's DC with another. DC tripling up again, and this man is going for the knife here, and he's not even going to allow him. Ryzen hesitated, struggled, and in the end will be taken out. But DC starts off this map once again with another 3K, isolating the fights perfectly. And Ryzen, well, he's gonna be small little matter of ridicule there.
Yikes. You don't really want to be in a situation like this where opponents are just coming out to try and get you with a knife. Slight bit of a difficulty for them, as Gibbon's going to be the first one. Up close and personal to try and take a duel, but they're just going to keep on falling. Every member of GGEZ, they have such a good read here. This is not what we expected from them. Pretty good on a fast take. Ramel's going to be able to shut down one, but instantly it's going to be Machiavelli come in for that big save. Okay, this was a little bit risky, Machiavelli. If he lost that Phantom there, imagine. That could have hurt. But
they didn't Bulldog either. They didn't pick up the Bulldog either, man. That is horrible right there. Should have been able to Bulldog, honestly.
That could have been worse.
Yeah, we'll have to reinvest here, and they're going to go the attack once again outside of A. And we've got Asterisk now trying to poke outside of B, it seems. Straight up attack. We do have the Wise on the other end of that smoke. Karamil hoping for any sort of will find one. A double as well. 3 to make it easier. He's opened up the ace. That's instantly gonna pivot his team to follow up him behind A side. Ryzen might get caught out. DC standing strong with that Phantom for himself. Has already made their way on A. It's a 2-4 here, and it seems unlikely for GG to do this.
We're able to make this work, especially with DC just walking around from the back lanes. Up close and personal now for this duel. We're able to get into positions like this because of this very reason. GGEZ though, they're gonna have a little bit of trouble trying to break through these lines, but even then, DC missed out opportunity. That's a kill that you should have been able to find. Little boy now. He does die, but he takes one with him, with Coley not really having the best of weapons to try and turn back this round. the weaker weapons that they did have on the A side push just really didn't help them hold on to that defensive line. Oli now trying to find a couple of kills of his own. He deals the damage that he needed to. That's a lot of weapons now falling. AST, they do win, but at what cost? Because GGEZ, there had no investments being put into that last particular round, with only 2 of their members having buys even. This has not really been that good of a round for the members of AST.
Yeah, Karamel stepping up now to be the hero. Wants to play it at the same level that DC is. Both the Sentinels here were the stars of the spotlight in the previous map, and they will be here as well. In between all of this though, Kohli still managed to get a 3k and kind of reduce their economy quite a bit. And now DC bearing the brunt of an early attack on C. Utility has been thrown in here, and there's a wall that's also been tripped outside of B, forgive me. And they're heading in straight towards DC. The Razor Wine's been removed as well. DC has to play this a little safe. Does have his breach for support. As Asterisk still looking for an opening, which they haven't found. Another smoke to hinder them off for a couple more seconds, but here they go. Yash has probably been sent in, and he will find DC for sure. Kohli's going to keep them off for just a bit, but he has to give away the spot because there's a Steel Garden coming their way. And even though nobody's been affected, this is a 5v3 retake now, as Karamel's luck works out. Make that a 4v3. And now GGEZ might just have a small little standing in this round.
This is on a bit of a tough spot for them. It's now Cabone. He's gonna need to try and take a fight already for the positions, and the openers, good God, they just missed out on Little Boy. He was so close on the angle. You can see the size of relief on all of the players' eyes. As GGEZ nearly just got away with a possible round victory there if Little Boy wasn't able to get out in time. A little bit dicey for the overall side push, but members of Asterisk were able to turn this one back on their own home pickup. Seemingly, it's going to be the map pickup from the members of Asterisk here, the map of Lotus. So, GGEZ, they have to be careful on what could be waiting for them in this particular sideline. But overall, for them, what's the next plan? What's the next push that they want to do? Because GGEZ, they don't really have the best of weapons, but it doesn't really mean that they can take a fight still. They have full control of A lobby as they've slowed down over to a crawl, and now the members of AST understanding that A is not really the best of sites for them to take. C is wide open and open for business.
Open indeed. Here they go again. C's open and empty. Well, the wall's been triggered. It doesn't really matter. Nobody's here to kind of make do good with that. It was just an informational barrier put up there by DC. Everybody else now coming on the flank except for the Fade. And that might be something that Yash is waiting for. He wants to take a fight here. He's got a stun coming his way. A light bit of a tug. Gonna push him out. And here he goes. Little Boy gets a little extra control while Yash takes care of the flank. And that's changed up the round here. No damage whatsoever. Markavali may be good for one. No, nothing at all.
Working out well for them. These last couple of rounds for AST have really been the turning point that they needed. It's GGEZ. They've proven that they are, as a team, struggling a little bit here when they're on the defensive side. Well, Asterisk really showcasing all the hours that they put into this particular map. Historically, it seemed as though Haven was a map where they could never make any mistakes, but attention has turned over onto Lotus.
Retrieving flash.
A little bit difficult here at the end of the day, but even then, not impossible. GGEZ now taking a little bit more of that aggressive approach, sending their players out much more deeper to try and get information early on, but with 4 members on the opposite side of the map, they need to make an instantaneous rotation happen. Now it's all about the timing, as their players Now rotating in towards that A side, they need to be quite quick about this because as soon as that wall gets triggered, that's going to be an instant run play coming in from the members of Asterisk here. They would understand that they need to try and make this push happen almost as quickly as they possibly could. DC doesn't really have a lot of utility to try and slow this one down. He needs to try and survive this spot. He's going to be able to get into the enemy smoke. This is gone perfectly. DC slips through the cracks. He's going to be able to find one kill, but even then it's just not going to be enough because Yash still in towards the side and being the danger man for that team. The duelists working wonders for their squad. Rolling Thunder now utilize the players getting caught off on an island. It's going to be Trinity with one. Trinity looking for the second. He's going to be able to find the showstopper on his shoulders. Now he's looking for the final kill. And Yash, now scared, trembling in towards the corner, trying to stay alive. AST, the hopes and dreams all rely on him. Yash has been in this position before, but with one bullet and a dream to his name, he needs to find the kill, but Trinity just snatches it away. A 4K for Trinity and GGEZ. They take this round for themselves. On the
How the hell did that turn
DC
around?
just surviving and getting a kill.
How the hell did that turn around? That was such a chaotic round here. DC stayed alive for so long, but Yash managed to get two. It came down, but the Rolling Thunder seemed to change the game, and then Trinity did the rest of the work. Gets the first, manages to find a second, the showstopper inactive. And then in the end, all he needed was to waste time for Yash to make a move. And while he was forced to do it, Trinity finds him at the right spot. The Rolling Thunder now, though, active for the attack as well. Kibo's gonna keep that in his back pocket in case he needs to regress on A. Fowler detects Trinity, but they still don't know about Machiavelli. Paranoia, really well timed, keeps them across for a couple more seconds, but Trinity's got a nade, and that nade's gonna do a good chunk of damage maybe. They've got a race flying up in his face here. Trinity has to keep himself alive, but he's got too much pressure. Kibo will find the board on the back of it as well, and Lil Boy with his from the shadows manages to get another. Paranoia is gonna make that easier for Ryzen to take him out. And that is a 4v1 now. GGEZ will be survived only by DC, and he's now looking for a clutch and a half. The Guardian can do this job for him though. Stunned, but not swung just yet. DC will not check his under angle, and that's gonna be Asterisk finding the fourth. Well, Steel Garden available on the side of GGEZ to this time make things equal at least when they go in for a retake anywhere. Seems likely on the C side, but Asterisk are not really keen on charging there. Want to give a bit of a poke on B, it seems. With Kibo holding down that fault line, and Kohli, I think he's realized that and he's instantly gotten away.
Bring them down.
The Prowler just clearing out the outlines of B side. Karamel. Oh, he's almost spotted, but he shot instead. And they know that he's here. They know that he's the one who's been lurking outside of A for the most part. They're all being picked up. Yash getting closer to his ultimate as well. And a little bit of confusion here for GGEZ. Where do they reposition? Where do they want to keep the stack going? Outside of A, they've seen them smoking a Prowler. But they're still going for that C stack, hoping that this is the right direction, because the spike is traveling here. There's a wall. There's quite a bit of power to stop this attack from coming through. And they're right about it. Haunt detects two here. Maybe a rotation could be called from Asterisk to go back towards B. They've got the time for it. 30 seconds on the clock. Wall triggered.
30 seconds left.
And a smoke once again. Asterisk not giving up just yet though. Nightfall comes through. Yash flies in. Yash, and he gets the first frag. He's been stunned up though. Trinity good for one. Trade's coming in. Trinity get another. Vibor will find one as well. And now he's alone. Has to win this. He wins it. Keeps himself alive. He's got the Nightfall if he needs to use it though. All he needs to do is stop the plant from happening. And he's playing this to perfection. Vibor has got this in the bag, it seems, almost. And he's got it. Oh my god. How does Karamel win? Not win that? The bullets did not connect, and somehow, some way, Vibor, presence of mind, will win him the round, and Asterisk will be kicking themselves. And Antidote's definitely not happy about that. A timeout's been called in. It's a call for a bit of a calm down here. My god, Karamel's gonna be kicking himself that did not connect earlier on. Maybe it was a little bit faster on it. He was on the a little faster from his lurk around. He could have won that round. But in the meantime, I would like to tell you viewers about Nitro's Light 16, which is a bold new look for the battlefield from Acer, which drops in with a clean white finish and the firepower to back it up. Powered by the 13th gen Intel Core processor and the NVIDIA 4050 graphics card, this machine doesn't just keep up, it takes over the competition. The 16-inch WXGA IPS display pushes 165 Hz of refresh rate for ultra smooth frames, a dual fan, dual intake, dual exhaust thermal system to keep things cool when the action heats up, a WASD key standout for fast finger placement, and the dedicated Copilot key, which brings instant access to your fingertips of AI tools built for speed. Of course, cashback up to 5,000 rupees, an instant bank discount through offers of up to 15,000. Check out in the description. Back to the game though. An aggressive C take here from the side of the defense as they've pushed off Asterix all the way out from the C side. That smoke's going to keep them off as well, and it's instantly pushed them to that A side where DC is waiting for them with a steel garden in his hands, and he's got Coley to support him as well. He's heard most of this. The aftershock's going to keep them out for probably a second or two, but now they're going to have to worry about their backstab, which Karam is already exploiting. Here comes Yash with the ultimate, and Kohli's going to take that advantage of distraction caused by his teammate. The trade comes in though, DC gets one, and Karam is going to run in and do the rest of the work. Maybe the steel garden could have been utilized here, but it's no problem. Still a doable 3v3. Here comes the Nightfall, but to counter it, maybe a steel garden deep in the side. There it comes, but the timing of it is a little off. Showstopper been activated as Karamel gives up his life, and there's one. Smoke to get the defuse down, and Vibor's on the flank. Asterisk will end up losing that round. 4-4 now becomes 5-4, and it's consistently being exchanged between these two teams, blow for blow.
Good hit.
One enemy remaining.
Well, that was quite a round there from the side of GGEZ. All thanks to Trinity getting that first frag. Karamel caught out in such a weird position there. Didn't expect somebody to come up from heaven at that time, even though he was the one who cleared it out. And now out towards Yash and Vibor. Exchange one each. They lost 1-1. Now there's another chance for the steel garden to take effect here.
Bring me the arsenal!
And there it goes. That's gonna keep Asterisk a little bit back. And while the damage is being done there, we have, by the way, Grace is stepping out, and my dear friend Oro has taken in the reins to help me out with the rest of this game.
Thank you, Universe, for the warm welcome. For the time being, I am seeing Keybon. He has the spike with him. He will get the plant there. And now, the interesting part is Asterix. They will have to, hold out this post plant. The retake for DC. Okay, DC. He chooses not to break the horn. His position is now revealed. With that aftershock there, they have cleared out the close quarters. Machiavelli. But Machiavelli didn't have to do anything because Vibor gets the wall. But there's a run coming in from prison. Who gets two? Now it's a 1v1 between Little Boy. But Little Boy with that stinger gets the last one. Looks like the emotions are taking over. He's pretty focused right now. With the likes of Asterix now, the score equalizes. Universe, just, the rain gods have been pretty cruel to me today, because of which I had to face some internet issues. But can you tell me the story, what has happened till now?
Well, so far, map 1 was a The first half of map 1 was very competitive, just like this one. And then in the second half of Haven, Asterisk just completely lost focus. GGEZ beat them flawlessly, didn't even lose a single round. And now it seems to be a similar case once again. They're going blow for blow again here. Yash again finds the opening frag. Trinity out for the count. As Asterisk now have a big ultimate to also utilize in this round. It seems like they're going to take that towards B, while pistol wielders on the side of the defense will have to pop out through the smoke here and look for any sort of stragglers as they can. Karam is holding down that line, and he will make sure that Machiavelli will not be doing anything more than just walking in this map. And Vibhor's gone as well. Kohli is also going to take a similar route as DC has gotten one. Picks up a Vandal. Has got most of the attention now towards him. Multiple different angles to worry about, and Kohli's not going to get anything done here. Asterisk will find 6, as GGEZ now will have a final buy in the final round.
I mean, looking at the compositions right now with GGEZ, with 2 initiators, they've of course gone in for double initiator composition, which means they wanted to play with a lot more information, because of which they have got those 5 rounds. I mean, Universe on Lotus, if you say on the defensive half, or if you, to be specific, if you ask me that what's the winning scoreline, or I mean what GGEZ would be looking at, I think 5 rounds is what they should win. And they have got that, and now the question is if they can get this one and the momentum with them. Looks like Asterisk has to, be pretty careful on their defensive half. Otherwise, I might feel that GGEZ can win this map. There's a good possibility with the Rolling Thunder there on the breach. Yash will of course use his satchel. DC, his positioning has to be pretty crucial. Does he have a hunt here? Asterisk, I don't think they have. They've used it already. The Prowler comes in. DC, he doesn't find one, but Machiavelli has been taken out. Only controller has been taken out. Kohli is waiting for the Rolling Thunder. They're just waiting. They're making things slow. Caramel! Okay. A fight with Trinity over here. The Rolling Thunder being committed. And he uses Razor Vine and he just falls back. The side commitment has not come yet, but Kohli finds one. Nightfall will also be committed, but Horizon and Keyboard there finds value. GGEZ with only 2 man left, and that is Trinity and Vibhor. We have seen this man clutch it earlier, but can they do it now? It's going to be difficult. The spike is going to be planted. It's pretty close. Trinity, he was allowed to get that man, but his trade has not come yet. But Caramel, who comes with a flank, and he gets the most important pick onto Trinity. Keyboard just cleans up Vibhor over there. The 7th round there for Asterisk.
Switching sides.
Swap has come by. Still a 7-5. I won't say that the game has gone out of reach of GGEZ. They just need to win the pressure, and we will see a match in our hands.
Yeah, they did win the previous one, and DC has been pretty proficient in the first map. But it seems like after that pistol 3K that he got in this first round of this map, he's kind of slowed down here. While on the other side, Caramel has been pushing up the mark as he did in the previous game as well. He's been consistent, and his teammates are now slowly catching up with him. That's exactly what he needs as well.
Now, looks like it's going to be a default A push coming in. There's a player, the Vice is waiting outside C, but he will be taken out. That is DC. Vibhor trades up Yash, but then Caramel eats Vibhor. Now they know that they have the information that the A side is kept wide open. They can use a CT control, and that is what Trinity is doing right now, but he needs to be pretty careful. Now Caramel knows, and he's expecting this push. No, my friend, this is something. Oh, no. Trinity! He did connect. The problem is, Universe, the numbers are still in favor of Asterisk.
Yeah, but the breach utility is there on Kohli here. He's not going to be using any of it. He's not used any of it till now. Should probably give it a go. Machiavelli now. 1 versus 2. Taps down 2 members. Does not have time for the third. I feel like a flash there would have really helped them. Kohli had his entire utility kit there. What was he planning on doing with it? I understand, a walk push for information and also for a bit of a surprise play here. But you've heard them jump around this corner. A flash could have been very useful for you and your teammate to just swing out the corner. Maybe a fault line if at all. Asterisk will take back the pistol into their hands. As GGEZ now. Not going to be able to buy up in this one, of course. And while they, of course, have a full stack member heading in towards C, they're going to be facing off against Yash and Ryzen. One way already to stop them at the mark, and Yash is going to be a little careful about getting out of the smoke. Spots out two members, takes a touch of a bullet onto his shoulder, but he's pretty hale and healthy now to take the rest of the fights.
Oh no, he finds Ryzen and Yash. He also gets one more. And now Lil Boy chips in with Trinity.
Got the spike.
Before they could do anything, they have lost the numbers. And also, they didn't have the bias to support their duels. Rewards information is there with Keyboard Jin. He will pass on the information to Caramel, but Kohli, can he find one? He finds Little Boy. Yash is still waiting with the Outlaw. He misses one. There's a good chance, but no, Yash recovers well with the classic. Second one of the round for Yash. They were only standing. Can he get one more? I thought if he could have taken one more. Won't say that it was the worst of the round for GGEZ. They did manage to take out two weaponries over there. But this is where things are going to count. I mean, this is going to be the most crucial round for GGEZ because they have the full buy round. And if they lose out on this, not only Asterix will be able to convert the double-digit marker, we might see the match point pretty quickly for Asterix as well, because again the economy will take a toll on the sides of GGEZ.
Early A contact, Horn to clear our close angle. No retaliation from Asterisk here. They want to play this bonus round safe, it seems. They want to keep it clean and neat, not give away any sort of reckless fights. Kibo holding on outside a tree. Here comes the stun. Nothing of that use for them. But in the meantime, Yash has already come up on a very, very informational flank. He's cleared off so much ground, even though there is a wall there. He could jump over it with the satchel if need be. But he's just going to hold on to that line, and he's going to find the value for it. Vibor, absolutely zero idea.
Spike planted.
I mean, Universe, the problem is they're gonna get cramped up by different sides. And yeah, Machiavelli, okay, he manages to find two. Caramel just gets one more. GGEZ, they have the numbers. Kohli finds Lil Boy over there.
Flash out.
You know the positioning of the last two members. Yash, along with Caramel. But Caramel takes a little bit of damage. We know what this man can do. The guy from the main, that was TC, takes down Caramel. Last player towards Link. Dodges the flash pretty professionally. Yash. Okay, he finds one. Kohli is immediately pretty quick on his feet to take Yash down. So the most important round for GGEZ has been converted. I mean, I saw that the first map was Heaven, right, Universe?
Yes.
I'm a little bit shocked about the fact that how did Asterix manage to lose on that? I mean, they're pretty strong on bigger sided maps, and we have seen them doing pretty well usually, and in recent weeks in their matches specifically when they have faced GGEZ in the past as well, and also teams like Rat Syndicate who are also strong in a map like Heaven. But now we will have to focus on the other round. We'll have a talk about that later. Lil Boy has taken rubble control pretty early in this round. Prowler will have the position revealed of TC. He couldn't destroy it. Obviously get paranoid over there. They're moving in towards C. But the Vice is the only man who's going to help in. Usually Caramel is one of those to be trusted with a side. He has done it in the past. There's a showstopper for Asterix. It's not going to be easy, this plant for GGEZ.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. There's a lot of resistance that is now piling up on that C side. Slowly but surely. It's going to be a quick push in. And Caramel with a big shot, and Machiavelli will trade him back. DC finds another as well on the flank. Lil Boy will trade back onto DC, but there's nothing more than that. It's a 3v3 at the moment. There is an Omen ultimate available for GGEZ to use, but they're not going to go for it. It's going to hold on. Holy will get the plant. And with that, he's got a Rolling Thunder as well. This now is a round-winning ultimate. First spot, Keyboard's been spotted. And there's one more on the back of side. Ryzen's taken out Vibor. The Rolling Thunder now.
Goodness,
Up to
no.
Keyboard. But he needs a frag first. He needs to win the first duel. Kohli. He's gonna run around the map here. And he's gonna get caught up by Lil Boy. Holding on to that angle.
Thank you.
No playing around the pillar this time around.
My ult is ready. Push my button. Save the day.
I mean, Lil Boy did create a lot of problems. The flank which he was into was successful because of which the pressure was created. I mean, if he did not come, see the way he was rotating from the A link towards B, he did not go in towards CT. He came back, and now Hacker has decided to take a timeout, which is required because Asterix have hit the double-digit marker now. Now the question is, if they're not able to pull things back, we will definitely see the third map. But GGEZ doesn't want that because we know what Asterix is capable of. Knowing the fact that they have won, series where they have lost the first match and then went on to win the rest too, and this is a match where you're qualifying for LAN, you would want to win this. This is a must-win game for both of these teams. You're eyeing for that Asia Pacific slot, and now that slot is one step away for GGEZ and Asterix. They just need to survive this 2-3 rounds actually.
Yeah, absolutely they do. They've got a bunch of ultimates here. Both sides actually. A Nightfall and a Showstopper on Asterisk. And Karamel's one away from the Steel Garden as well. On the other side, Trinity just 2 away from his Showstopper. Could be built up in this round. Get him the orb outside of C. Send him in. Maybe to take a fight. Whether he gets it or not, it's going to be available in the next round to them. Could be a very important ultimate. And seems like C is once again the point of attraction for the attackers. Recon to reveal their intentions here. Broken down instantly. And B is also going to be cleared out by Ryzen as he runs back to help his teammate on C. GGEZ are showing their presence on that part of the map a lot more, as Machiavelli single-handedly going to keep A main in his hands. It's a standstill for now. Neither is Yash moving forward, nor is Machiavelli interested in doing so, because the minute Machiavelli loses his life, there's going to be no more smokes available. And after showing that C presence, GGEZ now heading in to the sniper held by Yash.
This is a good position for Yash, but there has to be some utility, and now his position is going to be very difficult. He fights! Oh! He connects! And he gets
fully blinded.
Trinity and Machiavelli, and now the problem is they don't have any smokes. They have to commit more bodies. They also do not have the weaponry advantage. Remember that this is an eco round for GGEZ. You might see the 11th round come in. They have the Nightfall. The Vice has just gone back. Caramel knows there's a player towards the right, but he takes TC first. He jumps in. This guy is so confident.
Enemy remaining.
Jumps up on the box and finishes off Vibor. The 11th round comes in, and with that, we see 4 ultimates available for Asterix, and looks like they are not going to show any kind of mercy and convert that 12th round.
Oh, Yash got that fully blinded, by the way.
My ultimate's ready. 30 seconds left. One
And
enemy
this
remaining.
fully blind Raze managed to get away with a collateral. One that instantly discouraged GGEZ from pushing any further. But now, it's going to be a battle of the ultimates. And outside of A is where it's all going down. Lil Boy finds the first blood though. Here comes Kohli with his ultimate. And he's pushed Vibor to go and utilize it. But Lil Boy, he's standing strong. He's going to find 4. And while Ryzen might have taken it out, he's feeling the pump in his blood right now. Ryzen really happy with what his team's been doing on this map. As we reach a map point, and it seems like we will end on a similar scoreline to the previous one, as both these teams will probably exchange their maps.
One enemy remaining.
And look at Lil Boy. I mean, the way he's shouting. I mean, that boy is to be watched out for if he's qualifying for LAN. Hacker, he has taken a timeout, of course. They would want to discuss few things. From here, there's very less chances of making mistakes, because you cannot lose out on rounds, of course, with that Nightfall
Yeah.
and the Omen ultimate, which is from the shadows. What can they do? And the problem, one more problem, is that they don't have the economy to fight with Asterix right now,
Yeah.
who are just looking so dominant and free flowing. Asterix on
They
the other
certainly
end,
are.
they're looking much more. I mean, they're pretty comfortable on this map than what they were on Heaven. And now this is where Asterix becomes most dangerous. And GGEZ knows about these things pretty minutely, and Hacker would be transferring these things and would have said that it's okay, nothing has gone wrong yet. Just need to play each and every round with your merit, and you can still take things back in your favor. And let's see how they can do it. Trinity Cross will give the sound. He have to fall back. Machiavelli finds Yash. Trade is there, so they have started well now.
Started well, but is it going to end well is the question. Ryzen still keeping an eye outside of B main. Gonna use both his prowlers there to make sure that nobody's lurking around the corners. DC, in the middle of all of that, is still outside of A. He's gotten trouble outside. Pretty much walked into Caramel's vision now. He's gonna spot him most likely in a second. I think Caramel's seen him. He's gonna retrieve back now, and Vibor has also found Ryzen. One more could come his way. Kibo's the only one who manages to find a trade in between all of this. And Asterisk will play a 4v2. Oh, Caramel spots out 3 members there. Instantly triggers a response from the attackers. They're going to run into the site. All they want is to get the plant and play for another round. They're going to find the space to do that.
Okay, T1 position is expected, but Trinity didn't allow him to do any kind of damage. Caramel, the solo man. If anybody could do it for Asterisk, it's this guy. Okay, he has spotted Machiavelli over there, but Machiavelli, he should not peek if he does not want to give any kind of value right now. Caramel on the other end, he's expecting somebody to push through B. Nobody's there. Trinity has, of course, pushed in towards Heaven, and DC is the one who will find Caramel over there. Upgrades his weaponry from a Spectre to a Phantom. The game is still alive, as I said, 7-12. And timeout from Hacker did pay off for a while, for one round at least, we can say. They still need to win few more before we see an overtime. And this, if this happens, this would be the first overtime of this league. I mean, they have 3 ultimates, Universe. We can make it happen.
Yeah. Indeed can. Outside of A this time. Just a haunt, and Ryzen's gonna jump. He can keep it. Changed up his setup here. As the op comes out, and Yash finds the first blow. And with that, GGEZ now gonna have a little bit of trouble holding on to that A main side. They're gonna have to forget about it. Run straight in towards the other side of the map where Karamel's waiting for them. Spilling around the smoke here. He's been spotted,
no.
but Caramel ready for anything and everything. They keep turning it around here. One after the other, they win their duels. And it's come down to a 5v2. A Steel Garden as well available, if need be, to secure this perfectly. Caramel doesn't even need it. Gets a 3k for himself.
Yeah.
Defenders
It's done and dusted. Asterix wins this on Lotus. And as Universe, you said, they have both managed to win on their opponent's map picks, which was, of course, Lotus. And the way, I mean, Heaven turned out, we thought that we are ready for an upset coming in, because Asterix were, of course, the favorites coming into this game. But GGEZ have turned things back in their favor. But now, Asterix with this map win, what is going to happen on the third map, we will know about that. But the way they have, executed their plans is what we are impressed about. We always say that Asterix, with the inclusion of Antidote, have become a different team, and we are seeing them evolving with each and every game and each and every map. And this is something which is a very, very positive note, which the boys should be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. Winning this map was a very important one for them indeed, and they've been able to successfully get that done. 13-7, and no real difference between the previous map and this one. Aztecs look a lot better on right now, but now we're heading to Ascent. We will end it on the most default map of Valorant. As
Yeah.
of course, I expect a little bit better stuff from GGEZ on that map. We of course are going to expect maybe a different composition to come out of them. Maybe a neon will come into play. I'm not really sure, but there is a lot of work for them to put into this map now. A third map is going to be coming to decide. It's a glorified best of one now. Who is going to be the team that steps into that final with SATUL and play on the 11th of October in Bangalore? But for now, this map has concluded with Asterisk winning. And I think that I really like the way they were playing. Ryzen consistently pivoting on that B side on the defensive half, where he was taking information on both A and B. And Karamil, once again, proving to be such a strong, dependable member of their team, to give him an entire site by himself and say, okay, you know what, you've got this. We're going to just do our thing on the other end of the map. And it just worked out perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is there, universe. I have seen when when a team is wanting to play a double initiator composition or a double controller composition, it has to be well practiced. And knowing the fact that GGEZ is a, I mean, recently formed team, where Kohli, I saw him last week only. He was playing with Chilcott, where Helif was also part of that team. So now, with that fact, present there, that team SATUL is of course set with their own lineup with Hoax and RVK and Helef and Techno over there. So this is something where when you're trying to play a composition which is not your strength, they did manage to pull in some good rounds, but some things, there's room for errors, or there are margins which you should be pretty careful of, and that is something which gets exposed once the amount of number of games what actually Asterix is putting in, because they are in a boot camp, under a specific coach. And of course, I saw Hacker as well, and so it's most definitely something they're also preparing for future. And we can see, and we all know that what Vibhor and what Kohli and what these guys can do, and the glimpses are already there. But that game time, so they're also getting better with games and better with maps. So there is an edge between both the teams, and for the time being, it looks equal. But whoever takes the third map is, of course, gonna hold that authority and say that we are superior than you for this Acer Predator League 2026 India Qualifiers. The scoreboard is right in front of our screens. Not a lot to dissect, but of course, Yash is a standout performer, which we have seen throughout this tournament, right, Universe?
Absolutely. Yash was doing a lot of the heavy lifting, especially on his attacking side. I think he got a lot of those first bloods, and 9 of those, of course, are there in his hands out of the entirety of this 20-round game. It's crazy to think that he's got close to half the first bloods in this map. Deservedly will be the MVP. 306 ACS from this kid. And now he's heading into map number 3 with quite the confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Ascent on the other end of this one final map to decide our grand finalist. Who is it going to be? GGEZ or Astis? We will find out after this short little break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Map 3 is upon us, and we are heading straight to Ascent to find out who's going to be the winner of this lower bracket final to enter the final with SA2L, who will be playing in Bangalore on the 11th of October, a month away from now. While, of course, we are looking at both these teams to be equally competitive, it has been interesting to see that they've taken each other's map pick as their victory points. And now Ascent is coming down, and I'm excited to see what's going to be the composition between these by these two teams. Is because I expect Asterisk to go for a pretty simple, straightforward. Maybe they go for that KO Sova double initiator comp, but maybe GGEZ go for something different here. What do you think, Oro?
Before I say about the composition, I would want to say that last week they beat SA2L on ASIN. And I mean, SA2L is a pretty strong team on ASIN with regards to they are a very trade heavy team. They stick by each other, and that's what Asterix have also done in recently, because of which the recent success is what we are seeing. And now you are correct about the fact that that double initiator is something which we are again going to see. Let's see if that KO comes in along with that SOA or not. With that being said, I again will see Yash on a duelist, which is what is something has changed the courses for Asterix. We have the agent selection screen. Okay, this is the map veto. The decider map is what is happening on ASIN, but as Universe mentioned that Heaven is something which was Asterix's map pick, but that was actually GGEZ's map pick. So they actually won their own map picks is what I am seeing. But okay, we'll have a talk about that later. The important thing is that the agent selection screen is right in front of our screens. Lil Boy on that Omen as expected, Ryzen and Keybogen, Sova, and that KO now comes up. Also for Kohli and Machiavelli, the similar kind of agent composition. So the only change is that Vibhor is playing a Killjoy and Caramel has gone on to that Cypher. Now, with regards to Jet, is something we have debated for a while, and we have seen that there are much better agents than Jet right now in the current meta. You can use a Chamber, which of course not a duelist, but then if you want to use an operator, I mean, Chamber is a much better way to do it. You could have used an ISO, which goes, which works so well on this map because of that kill contract present there. You can just pick one player up, and those areas are wide open. Now the round has started. Lil Boy with an early TP, and there's a change on the desk. My friend Aggressive comes back. Aggressive.
We're like hot
again back on Acer.
Yep, I'm back on the set. I'm back in the trenches here of the Vietnam War, just like the members of GGEZ here in DC. He's probably having the flashbacks here down in the trenches on the bottom side of hell. The true hell begins for them as this round just starts and it's already over. You snap your finger and you make it vanish, right? I come onto the desk and seemingly the members of Asterix, a fire has been lit under them, just like you, Oro. You came on the last map to try to replace me, and now I'm here to come back in Universe's place. Asterix seems to have just turned everything around. They took such a convincing victory in that last map that I was pleasantly surprised to see that they were able to make such a turnaround. And none of the members of GGEZ were even wise to what was going on.
True. I mean, one thing for sure that GGEZ and Asterix, they know what they have, gone in with. The compositions they have selected, they have more or less found value with those agents, and the trade game has been good. So Heaven was pretty strong for GGEZ, of course, where they won the first map, and on Lotus it was Asterix who pulled things back. And now we are on to the most default map of Valorant, which is of course ASIN. I mean, now Yash uses a cloud burst inside the side. There's a player towards generators, and that is something Yash will take.
Okay, bro.
Goodness me, this guy is on a roll. He was the MVP the last game. Can he find the fourth one? There's a possibility of an ace. He wants to go and he's feeling it. He has that HP. Okay, now the cyber cage will slow things down for him. Shocked out there. Now he has a support with him. That is, of course, Keybogen who's going in. Kohli finds Yash. Keybogen gets Kohli. And Caramel finds Vibhor. Pretty quickly, Asterix, with those two rounds. Now comes the important part where GGEZ needs to show a little solidarity with that buy round coming in for them.
This entire round was just Yash just lining up the kill feed here, one after the next. Performances coming wild for the members of Asterisk here. And them having that consistency to take out all those players and just not really lose out on any of their guns is now going to make this attack side a little bit more easier for them, allowing them to build that economy that is also important whenever you're playing on Ascent. The map can just really stray away from your favor if you're not too careful about it. So with this engagement, now let's see what the turnaround point is going to look like for them. It's going to be Yash ready up and waiting. Kohli's going to be able to find an instant kill. That's Karamel to take a back seat here. A little bit of a nuisance that they had to deal with over on this B main side lane. But the fact that Kohli was able to get an early catch onto Karamel, that's going to cut off a lot of their lurking points now. It seems like I've traveled back in time here, Oro. To see these exact two compositions. Come on, man. I don't want to play Ascent. The 2022 Ascent, sorry. The 2022 or 2023 Ascent, where this kill meta started.
Yes, 0 point there. And destroyed. Trinity's just waiting, but that fragment just delays things. The dash, of course, is not going to be of any help. Ryzen gets Kohli. The numbers equalize. Now the alarm bot needs to be destroyed. There's someone always there for Asterix who's just destroying each other's abilities, helping each of them. That has been a strength for them. Now it's being used. There's a value for Yash.
30
Finds
seconds
Vibhor. This man always manages to do something. The fragment comes in, but
Enemy remaining.
Keyboard swings and finds Trinity. Machiavelli has also been taken out. It's going to be a 1v3 for DC. He doesn't find anything. The third round comes in for Asterix. Asterix, I mean, aggressive. There is something with Asterix. You know, once they lose out on the first map, they tend to become a much more stronger team. You know, this is for the second time, right? I mean, this is for the second time in a tournament where they have put into a lower bracket situation where, you know, the tables have turned against them. Everything is, you know, looks like that they're just going to lose, they're just going to bow out, they are just going to get eliminated, and they throw the Hail Mary and they connect. That has been the story for Asterix in this month, and September has turned out to be lucky for them.
Absolutely. It's not even about the luck, right? It's all about that synergy that they're bringing onto the table too. The way that their members play, the way that they're able to isolate these gunfights with one another. The team synergy is one of their biggest power points in so many of these rounds, and that's exactly what you want to see when your team is just in that perfect zone, in the element that you want them to be in. The shots are just going to keep on connecting, and once again, the members of Asterisk just showcasing that the 3-2-1 setups that they're generally known for are so much more better than what it used to be. Map number 1 was just a flash in the pan where nothing was working out for them, because in map number 2, the team has now evolved into something greater and better. Karamel needs to be careful of what could be waiting for him on the opposite side, but look at Yash, an absolute danger coming in like a speeding bullet, just to instantly catch out on those two players. 0-3 now. Going on to a 0-4 as GGEZ yet to figure out what the overarching strategy is going to be looking like on the attack side, mind you, with the defensive side being a lot more stronger on this particular map, because Ascent historically is a much more defense-favored map because of this particular setup and how aggressive you can play. GGEZ, they need to step on the gas pedal right now, similar to what happened in match number 1. This pause being taken by Hacker is the turning point that they needed to take the map of Haven and win it on a 13-6 scoreline. Will history repeat itself for this grand finals? This is going to be a reverse sweep if I've ever seen one, because GGEZ, they had a rush showing in game number 2. But in game number 3, if this continues, it could be all but over. This one round pretty much will set the pace for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, we always talk about consistency, aggressive, and I would want to, you know, throw limelight onto the duelist from Asterix, and that young guy Yash. He has been so consistent. He has always managed to showcase that he has a special ability to you know, show up every day and just, you know, be there. You know, that is something is missing in a lot of players nowadays, you know, where some experienced campaigners tend to struggle, but this guy has managed to, you know, showcase that what he is made of, and he's just wanting to be that best man on the lobby, that hunger, that showcases you know, the way he has executed, or the way he has showcased his presence on the map or on matches, is something which I am loving. So now the way he is handling the Jet, in these 4 rounds, he has managed to get 8 kills, and in each round, he has managed to double up. So you can just understand the fact that how impactful his play has been already. He's looking for more, of course. He wants to finish things, and he wants to play on LAN and face SA2L, and again take a revenge against them, where they have beaten them already. Not, of course, in this tournament. They were the ones who threw them down to that lower bracket. That's painful, but at this moment, Trinity, he wants to push through the smoke. He will
What a
find Ryzen
shot!
and falls back immediately.
Such a good
Oh,
position, but up against
God.
Trinity is just not gonna work. Good shots here coming in from Trinity. He gets the reads that he needs to, and this one operator now finding value. That's the pain point that Hacker probably tried to prod them with. That operator catches them completely off guard. Kabone just completely isolated on an island. The poor guy didn't really find the read that he wanted. Now looking for another duel. It's going to be Karamel though. Wait a minute. With a Phantom long range just domes down Trinity, who couldn't even react in that situation. Clearance for the position. Wait a second, Karamel. He didn't see him. Hello, Karamel. He needs to be careful for it. Thank God he did get the catch, but Kohli's position was completely unknown. I'm pretty sure that the backup came in because he expected the Cypher to see him in that position, but instead, now it's all up to little boy, who needs to turn into the big boy here if he wants to try and take this round for his team. Still has the spike in his hands, can opt to go in for the plant, but a close to impossible situation for him to bring it back down in this particular round. No one can't even play inside of the smoke. A little bit dangerous here, isolated on an island. He doesn't really have anywhere to turn to. Paranoia in hand, can't really get it. So much utility being invested. One player for the swing, close on the angle. Before into the corner, he does get the kill, but Machiavelli comes in for the big save. Good try coming in from little boy there, but good God, was he surrounded at all fronts.
I mean, his name is Lil Boy. With the kind of movements he showcases, there was, with the kind of movements and with the kind of presence of mind he had. Obviously, the odds were against him with 4 players there. But, the way he handled that situation, using that dark cover to his advantage, he knew that the recon dart will reveal his position. He went back again and found Vibor, but Machiavelli was present. But the fact that what I'm trying to, portray here is that Lil Boy is so confident, and with his movements there, he is not at all agitated to go and get that kill, right? Aggressive, and that is what has paid off. We have seen Lil Boy multiple times stop fragging for his team, but now the limelight has shifted towards GGEZ because Trinity has found value with that operator. He might again, but the recon dart with that flash. Ooh, what the hell is this dark cover? But he ends up revealing his position now. He's stuck. Goodness me, how is he allowed to leave? How is he allowed to leave? And what was that dark cover doing there?
You just can't make sense of this situation now, can you? And sometimes this is just the reality of the situation. You just have to accept it and where it is, ladies and gentlemen. Good God. Really a situation that you don't want to be in, ladies and gentlemen. But hey, if it works, right? Just keep accepting your fate, but with the 100 Sphere now being utilized. It's not going to be looking that good, but somehow, good God, Trinity. He's just so consistent when he has this operator in his hands. Look at the shots that he's connecting. Trinity with a Plague Storm, cutting through them like a knife on hot butter. Resin does find one, but it's just not going to matter. 2-4 on the scorecard, ladies and gentlemen. GGEZ. Trinity, he's going to be the one to make it look a lot more easy here. Good God, that Plague Storm. I want an instant replay for that one. The production can give me that because that one deserves to go on a highlight reel.
Yeah, absolutely. And here you go. I mean, Hunted Fury. Oh, okay. We'll talk about that later.
Especially
But
this
Trinity,
one.
look at this small inch of that door. He found Yash. Okay, he uses the cloud burst. He finds. Oh my God, he just TP'd there, Lil Boy. Lil Boy just TP'd there. And he got one with the right swing and left one connects Caramel. And there you go, the 3K for Trinity. We were talking about Yash, right? And there's another guy in the lobby, in the server, who says, hey, I also need a similar kind of screen time. And if you're not going to give it, I'm just going to make you speak about me. And that is how you do it. GGEZ, the way they surprised us, because we all were expecting that Asterix, they will come in and we might see a 2-0, but they have, of course, changed things up. And this is the time where GGEZ can, just put a stop to Asterix's run, which has been fun to watch, of course. But we always love those, teams who are not expected to win and but comes out swinging. That is what was happening once Asterix started winning. And a similar kind of situation what GGEZ is in. Trinity, he knows he's expected there. Position revealed, but he's still wanting to play close. The Blade Storm is available. The Cloudburst being used. Now he ups up. The splash is there, but he misses. The Hunter's Fury is there, but yes. And Ryzen finds value. And Keyboard Jin finds Trinity through the dark cover. There's a lot of space now. The numbers in Asterix. This is favor aggressive.
These roundups is just working well one by one. The members of GGEZ, they're just turning up the A tier. The kills now going in their favor. They're gonna need to try to find that turnaround play, and it's actually working. Never mind. Before he almost got away with murder there by jumping down from the top rope here. Coley now stuck on an island, isolated in multiple different fronts. His recon bolt now being taken out. His position's revealed, and because of Caramel's positioning, he can't really play it as aggressively as he would have wanted to. Perfect little crossfire angle being set up. AST. This round really did come down to the wire because Vibor just jumping on down, showing absolute fearlessness. If he got that second kill, this round was in the back for them. GGEZ, they're firing up on all cylinders to try and take this one away. But good God, was this round so well planned out by the members of Asterix here. But even then, to take it over to a 1v1 situation, GGEZ, this team is just absolutely incredible to look at.
I mean, aggressive. Do you still believe that a 5-7 swap will be good for GGEZ? Being on the defender's half. GGEZ would want more rounds in their favor, right? Because this is where value can be created. And the point and the fact that, Asterix on the defensive half with Caramel's Cypher tripwires there, it's not going to be that easy because he tends to hold or, can anchor a site much better than what Vibhor is trying to do over here. He's not been allowed to do so. Let's see if that scoreline is still valuable. There's a null command now committed by Machiavelli, which will mean these guys can't go towards A. They have to go in towards the other end where Vibhor is ready with his lockdown, and that is something they want. Now Asterix, what are they gonna do? They have a neural theft. They also have a null command, and they use it now. And the fragment comes in. They have spotted there that the Stova is there with All Father. They have all gone in towards B, and Yash has been taken out. Keyboard did manage to trade him out, but the neural theft is going to be used. Vibor's position is revealed. He is there with the Spectre towards 4 now. No, with that classic, Vibor still got Ryzen over there, but Caramel is still alive, and as long as he is alive, they would want to believe. The problem is they have to retrieve the spike.
10 seconds
Both
left.
the players with the high to low setup. He finds one, but Kohli with that pre-fire gets Caramel, and he quickly gets up to that three-round victory mark. GGEZ, that coming in, with that comeback coming in their favor with 2 rounds buffer, which was initially a 4-0 scoreline.
Shots being taken by GGEZ. You can tell that they're not yet ready to give this one up anytime soon. The way that these engagements are going, the members of AST, they're bleeding out a lot more than their overall economy when you think about it. These ultimate point differences will be so crucial now, with the big ults coming online for either side. GGEZ already having the Killjoy lockdown available to them to try and stray off any form of over-aggressive pressure. DC up and ready with that paranoia and needs a little bit of backup from his teammates to try and force this fight out a little bit more in his favor. Smokes now utilized. It's going to be Trinity holding down the line over for the first. He's already spotted him out. Machiavelli's going to come in for the big save. Catches out Yash, so they cannot have a fast entry anymore. They need to run in towards the side, but this is an instant rotation coming through for the members of AST. They're going towards mid, but they're running into a stack. Both the players, they're just waiting inside of the side, and this could not get any worse. They're going to need to try and find a kill before they enter onto any of these sides, but look at the way the GGEZ are playing. They're playing so defensive because they know they're stuck in towards mid, and they just need to play for their spawn sites. Wherever they go, they're gonna get pincer from both sides.
Yeah, exactly. Now DC's position is revealed, of course, and now the value is gonna be that the information is known. Towards that side is that All Father waiting. Kohli is just wanting them to come into his
30 seconds
crosshairs.
left.
DC would not want to push in. He's holding deep towards heaven, and this corner needs to be checked. He will find both of them.
Spike
Ryzen and
down
Kibujin
A.
falls. Caramel stuck. Can he get one? He might get one, but there is one more player towards that angle, and with a shot, there was Machiavelli who traded him out, and the fourth round comes in. GGEZ wants that 7-round mark. Asterix, I mean, Asterix should be happy, right? I would say this again, that a 7-5 scoreline is something which I feel is a winning scoreline, and 5 rounds is something on that attacker's half, which teams usually are comfortable with. If they get one more, this is something which Asterix would say as this, oh, okay, this is a bonus round for us.
It's just working out well. They need to be worried now a little bit. GGEZ have an operator back online in the hands of Trinity. This operator has been a big thorn on their sides for these last couple of rounds. And looking at AST, it's all about that slow and much more methodical approach. They need to sniff out this off and see exactly where Trinity's going to be standing. It's not going to be looking that good. It's going to be Coley with that first kill. The paper thin wall, the percent now hitting them a little bit here. Worried about the Killjoy Molly, but honestly speaking, they're not even thinking about it. That's the first kill already done. That's Yash taking a back seat. Now that's one of your primary entries gone. How do you want to take this fight? How do you want to try and turn this one around? Coley in the perfect position. Trinity is already spotted, but fact is, Trinity at the perfect off angle. The clearance needs to come through. He doesn't really take the shot. Yes, he does. Positions now revealed. He's looking for more here. Double dipping. A bit risky as Trinity. He's trying to feel out the positions from his opponents, but the fact that they have that first kill, look at the discipline coming out from them. Not really over-aggressive, but it's going to be Coley who gets caught off on an island. Immediate Killjoy lockdown being utilized to try and stop them from trying to go in for an over-aggressive play here. 30 seconds left on the clock. They can't really go in for a rotation anymore. They have to enter onto the side. They don't have much of a choice. And Vibor, he's going to be the one to hold down on this defensive line. A little bit of a better weapon. Vibor is actually able to get back in towards the back of Saki Odin. Just reigns supreme. The All-Father just rains down his judgment. Machiavelli's going to be able to shut down another one. Rizen's going to be inside of the side. But now they're looking for the trades. 9 seconds left on the clock. The shots coming in from Machiavelli are just going to reign supreme. 5-5 to equalize out the scoreline. GGEZ, they're back as soon as that pause came in from happening.
I mean, the way GGEZ are slowing things up for them, they're not committing. You know, they're not, picking up those fights, which is why Asterix has been feeling it. And that this is something which is not Asterix's, strength, which we have seen in the past when they have, usually been made to wait, or they are always fallen short, because they're always inching for that information. And with that lockdown there, and Vibor so good with that presence of mind, right? He went in for Kohli's All-Father, which is the Odin, of course, and because of which he got 2 towards the first lane. I mean, this is something can change the course of the round, and which is what happened there. Now he'll miss, but he is still saved. No. He is playing with fire. That was so close. The Lombard being taken out. Kohli is just waiting with that Odin. If somebody comes in towards Pizza, he is gonna go berserk with that weaponry. Both the Sovas have their Hunter's Fury available. Nobody has committed. GGEZ once again wanting to play it slow. The Garden control has been so good, right? With these 2 players there. Machiavelli has not allowed anybody, but this time it has to be a solo man, and he will be taken out. The Hunter's Fury being committed there. Oh no, this is the second miss. Can he miss the second? Oh, this time he connects onto Yash. He's wanting for more. Yash will swap out his weaponry. The plant will go towards the generators. Kind of a default plant. There is that Hunter's Fury available. Of course, that is why the Owl Drone there. He would want to use that Hunter's Fury. Sovas manages to drag him. Now the spam will come in. Last time we saw him in this position, he was pretty aggressive. Started being used. This time Trinity finds Ryzen. He jumps down from heaven. The player there towards generators. They both sweeps him. Caramel, he's alive! Caramel is alive! And as long he is alive, he can pull this round in his favor. Kohli and Caramel. He's waiting. He can. He's just gonna tease him. It's not gonna diffuse it. Oh my goodness! Kohli no, diffuse it. Caramel missed the trick. He misses the trick. He misses the timing. And GGEZ
Last
have
round
managed
in
to
the
clutch
half.
out this round.
They've
And what a
nothing.
moment in the game we are witnessing. Aggressive.
Not like this. My poor little heart can't take it anymore. Karamo, the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who's been getting clutch after clutch, round after round for his team in so many of these games. The fact that he's missing these clutches. I can't even speak anymore. That's how incredible this clutch was. Good God, ladies and gentlemen. This really just came down to the wire because Karamo couldn't come in for that clutch for this very reason. The fact that I am tongue-tied. Imagine what the players are going to feel like as well. The pressure is on and it's mounting. They know that their tournament lives are on the line. DC is just firing up in all cylinders. So is Little Boy here. They're hitting their shots. They're making the plays happen. Down over to a 3v3 now to for the last round of this half. Going into this retake already. It's going to be Trinity to take that first fight. This is where the pressure for the members of GGEZ really goes to show how well they perform under it. Now Karamo once again needs to be the hero of the story. He's in the perfect position, but the shots just don't connect here. Vibor is going to be wiser for it. He's expecting the fight at Trinity when this operator's just been an absolute nuisance for them. As soon as this one-up came alive, none of the members of AST was even given an opportunity to try and even breathe.
Yep. Once the momentum was in GGEZ's favor, they have not lost a single round. I mean, they won 4 consecutive, I mean, not 4, actually 5 consecutive rounds. They lost a round when the scoreline was 5-3. After that, it has all been GGEZ. I'll still say aggressive, just to put myself in a contradictory situation, which is Asterix has still got this game under their reach. It's just a 2-round buffer. Now they have gone on to a site where they can dominate, and if Asterix wins on this pistol round, you will see the equalizer coming in pretty quickly. The 0 point, of course, used to spot anybody closer, but nobody have walked in from Asterix's side. They're going in for a short push through catwalk. Little boy expecting that players might be coming in. He's waiting with that paranoia. There's a one-way given for Yash, and Keyboard Jin is also waiting with that flash. They're gonna make this happen, and this guy has that dash just saved him. The timing, but Shock Dart and Trinity is out. Goodness me, Kohli just took down his own teammate.
You don't want to be in a scenario like this now, do you? A little bit of a yikes situation already coming through for them. GGEZ. Still, they will fall a little bit here. Kohli's looking for another opportunity. Needs to try and jump on away. Has the shock dart to deal a bit of damage, but Karamo's already in for the backline pressure. As soon as poor old Vibor tries to run in and go in for a kill, it's just not going to happen because AST, they're fighting back here on this defensive side. This is that turnaround point that they were hoping for. This is the turnaround play that they were expecting to get. As GGEZ, now, they've lost out on the pistol round. They're going to give away the equalization, I do believe, possibly to the members of AST. But even then, these equal rounds coming in from GGEZ have been quite interesting in these last couple of maps where they've gotten very close to taking a win up against AST.
Yeah. That's why I said that Asterix have got it under their reach, and that is why they never panic. This is a new Asterix we are watching. If this would have been Asterix a year ago, they would have panicked, and the journey, the beautiful journey we have seen them cover through this whole month has just been amazing. We have seen them evolve after game after game, after map after map, after round after round. They've just gone on to be from an average team to be a team to beat. And they're also in a situation what we used to see a team like Global Esports do. Like they used to come back from down the in lower brackets and then used to win on those situations. But now Caramel, he will be spotted. But Keyboard Jin is there. He gets 2 before he gets taken out. The numbers advantage is still there. Vibor doesn't have the HP to play with. He only has 13. They would have recovered 2. Yash finds Trinity now. This looks much more convincing for Asterix. With Vibor not having that HP to work with now, he has spotted The man with the edge with information would have been
One
passed
enemy
on.
remaining.
Little boy gets Vibor. Now DC's position is of course revealed for. They will jump down. Okay, he gets
What a
one.
shot.
Little boy comes in with a swing and takes down DC. 7-7, as expected. That if question was, if they lose on the pistol round, we will see an equalizer, and we did see a loss from GGEG's side, and we have the numbers equalized on the rounds at least for the time being. Both the teams, for the viewers who have just recently joined in, both the teams have 1-1-1 each. This is a best of 3 series. Whoever wins qualifies and faces SATL in a LAN situation, and they would be eyeing for that Asia Pacific slot for that Acer Predator League 2026, which is going to take place next year. Now, when and where it's going to happen, the dates and the location will be revealed for sure, but this is the moment where GGEG needs to step up. This is a buy round aggressive.
And they're gonna need to make this one happen. It's gonna be Yash. He's gonna be first in line for that. Beautiful kill coming out from them. One shot to the leg and an immediate body shot coming in from Risen. Both of the players understanding that, hey, yeah, they might have full armor, but we can easily try and take that fight against them. Close on the angle. It's gonna be Yash who takes the duel. Oh, he's gonna be good for the first. Cloudburst to come in for that save, but he's just not gonna be able to do much to try and keep himself alive there. Trinity position reveal. No real utility to try and give him that edge. Kibone's gonna fall actually towards the side of short.
No.
This has gone from bad to worse. Look at the positioning coming in from Trinity. Even though he's under pressure from so many different sidelines, he's still able to find that turnaround play. Little boy now needs to try and maybe find this kill. One of the players to be spotted. Yes, they do get it. Little boy, beautiful kill over under the first. Paranoia utilized, but it misses. And now Karamel, once again, the hero for the story. He needs to be the game changer for them. Karamel needs to break through this wall. Has the Cypher Cam. Gives him some info. Plant, not across. Needs to go in for the kill. One after the other. Slow lurk up. Karamel needs to get the clutch of the century to try and turn this tide in his favor. But he looks in the opposite direction, and it's going to be Trinity with the clutch, ladies and gentlemen, to take the victory. Good God, GGEZ. They know how to make my blood pressure rise.
This game is not for faint-hearted. We have recommended this hundreds of times, and this is why we love Valorant. The adrenaline it gives us in such competitive action is what we live for. And that is why I wanted to become a caster in first place. Because I love this. Oh, GGEZ and Asterix, they are not wanting to give up. Yash is waiting. He's playing pretty aggressive along with Lil Boy over there. Recon dart will of course reveal the position. If we were, I mean, that information should have been passed on that. Only one guy should have gone on for that reveal destruction. I mean, okay. Now they know that this is going to be a fast execution. There's one guy stuck through on the smoke, but the paranoia will mean that Machiavelli will connect onto Yash. Trinity finds Kibo Jin and Machiavelli finds Lil Boy, but Ryzen is still alive. Numbers game, not in favor though, but can be managed. They have the lockdown. If they want, they can commit it. The 0 point will reveal Ryzen's positioning. Caramel needs to come for the save. He finds one. This guy on that aim. He's a madman.
Last player standing.
But Machiavelli, he has been so good. No. He should have expected this. Recon dart. The utility usage just wasn't the best. And GGEZ finds the 9th one. When we thought that Asterix have just started to pull things back in their favor, aggressive GGEZ comes back with 2. Which does mean that this time Asterix won't have the economy to play out the next round. And this is something which is not good at all. And that is why Antidote have taken a timeout.
Immediate timeout, a very necessary one is that. These last couple of rounds have really just been Asterix fumbling the bag when it comes down to these earlier kills. They haven't really been able to get a proper read on these engagements. They keep on getting caught off guard, where GGEZ are just constantly able to come on top of these trades. Aggressive plays are one thing, but understanding your opponent's aggression as well as another. And a lot of these fights, right, Oro, are just being decided at the very beginning stages of any particular round. And unless they find a solution for it, they're not going to be able to do much. But for now, for you guys back at home, we do have the perfect solution for any form of technical difficulties that you could be having with your computers, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to check out all the links down below in the description if you want to get yourself an Acer laptop, ladies and gentlemen. A Swift Neo is up for sale. And of course, the Acer Swift Neo is built for performance with a lightweight, sleek, and premium design, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and featuring a stunning OLED display. This laptop offers crystal clear visuals and unmatched speeds. Plus, with Copilot, you get an AI-driven experience that adapts to your workflow, making multitasking and productivity effortless. Make sure to check out the links down below for a lot of the offers, because it seems as though the members of AST, they're picking up their own offers, with DC being on the chopping block for it. Sadly, they're not going to get an instant bank discount, but you guys back at home, if you check out the links down below in the description, have a discount to go on to 15,000 INR for that one, with a 5,000 cashback. But overall, cashbacks alone is not going to be the thing that gives them the victory here. GGEZ, they still have better weapons to try and take these fights, and Machiavelli is going to be the one to step onto the table. Shots do connect for them, and easily the members of GGEZ turning the tides of this battle. The shots just keep on connecting from their side. Sides there, positions all cleared. And GGEZ, they're the ones to take the win.
Where to go.
I mean, aggressive. The lockdown commitment which came in from Vibor, a little bit controversial, because if the rotation, the rotation was still coming in, and they didn't have side control. The only man inside the site was Yash. If imagine this would have been Asterix with their weaponries, this would have been a pretty massacre, and GGEZ and the lockdown commitment from Vibor would have been a complete fail and a flop scenario. But yeah, they managed to pull back it in their favor because they didn't have the proper weaponries. The Nano Swarm used to clear out pretty close, but Kibojin, oh my goodness, he pushed in towards a Shimin along with Kibojin. Lil Boy and Kibojin pushed, and they found value. Two-man. Hunter's Fury, of course, being committed. Vibor is waiting for Caramel to peek. I'm sure Caramel would not want to give anything over there. Keep on with that flashbang. Just delays things. They have the null command, and Trinity has his Blade Storm. We know what he has done and produced in this match. This is a must-win round for Asterix, and Ryzen doesn't make any mistake. He punishes Trinity. Vibor is still waiting, and Yash was just pretty. He was just there for eternity, just wanting someone to
30
just
seconds left.
be in his crosshairs, and Vibor just did that. Kibon is waiting again, holding the doors. Machiavelli, his entry is not going to be good, and I don't think is going to be able to save this weaponry as well. 14 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds left.
Now the 0 point will be reached for sure. Yeah, of course. Not allowed to save the weaponry as well. They still have the money though. This round is going to be important for GGEZ. If they lose out on this, Asterix might go on to equalize the numbers again.
All these rounds really just came down to the wire now, didn't it? GGEZ. Yeah, they did lose out on this last round, but still, the members of AST, they still need to win 2 more consecutively to try and take the double digit away. The advantage that they have built over time is still up and present with their win streak buy still going. They have enough money to go in for a little bit of a fight here, with only one of their members not really having the utility that they need. Good positioning overall from the side of Risen.
Oh my God.
He actually gets away with murder. Risen, he turns around at the very last second. He's able to find something. He needs to be careful. Risen, what are you doing? Why are you running into that? The poor guy, he didn't have anywhere to go. He's gonna get caught off on an island, but Kibon still alive and kicking. Does take it over to a 3v3 situation. The neural threat still up and ready to try and take this fight. Ladies and gentlemen, the opportunity is presented, but the thing is, there's no Cypher body. There's no bodies close by for the Cypher to tip his hat. And if they try to tip the hat a little bit too close inside of the site, they might just cover their own vision if they're not careful. The engagement up to the present mark. They're ready to try and take this duel. The plant yet to go down. Ladies and gentlemen, the gun picked up by Kohli here. They're all stuck inside of the side and no one can really run. GGEZ, they have the chance to maybe send that Omen to the opposite side of the map, but no, they're not going to be risking it. Ultimate now online. This Hunter's Fury will be so key. Oro, my heart's pounding.
Yeah.
My hands are shaking and I'm pretty sure that the players, they're a lot worse than I am.
Yeah, even Kohli can, just go away. I'm not Kohli actually, Mark. It's DC who can go away. He has that from the shadows available, but he wants to help his teammates. They're just pre-firing. Machiavelli finds Caramel. Kibojin, Lil Boy trades up. This is going to be a 1v1 between Kibojin and Machiavelli. Finds both of them. Machiavelli with all the 3 kills. He converts the 11th round, and not only gets the 11th round, this will mean Asterix doesn't have the economy to buy proper weaponries, which would mean the game point for GGEZ. But look at this moment. I thought that Asterix have got this covered, but yeah, as you mentioned, poor Risen just stepped onto the staircase towards the second lane where the Nanoswarm was placed perfectly by Vibor. He got that kill through the utility, but Machiavelli here, this 1v1 with Kibojin, I mean, oh. So good.
It shouldn't
so good.
happen.
He saves the day for the time being for GGEZ.
Honestly, Oro, Kibo just been playing so well. Like every single round, you could see that Kibone was the hero of the story, right? But he couldn't be the hero when it mattered the most. He couldn't be that game changer when his team really needed him to be that turnaround player. That shot that he missed could have been the game-winning round. If they won that round, it's guaranteed equalization for them. It's guaranteed that it was going to be a 10-10 scoreline because the members of GGEZ had no money to go in for buys in the following round.
Absolutely. This is not looking good for Asterix. What?
There. Suppress it. Too suppressed.
Here. One enemy remaining.
Can't even try to take a duel here. There's no opportunity for them. No real chances for them to turn this one around. Good God, ladies and gentlemen, these fights that they're taking, they're just not working out in their favor. Yash is gonna need to be the hero of the sword with only 30 HP and a dream, but he can't really do much. Bad point, ladies and gentlemen, 12-8. GGEZ. They are doing it.
Yep. They have got this. Is something which they believed aggressive right from the word go. They were up for a plan, and they are just here to conquer Asterix and wanting for that grand final slot against S8UL, which is going to be a LAN, of course. Asterix on the other end, they need 4 more rounds for an overtime. The 0 point will suppress the players for sure. I haven't seen them panic yet in this tournament. This is where things have become much more serious. Lil Boy, you can see in those eyes, he's focusing, of course, but with that stinger in hand, I'm sure that he won't be feeling that confident. GGEZ are just slowing things down, which is a good thing. Look at Trinity. He is just, lurking around as if there's no one inside this map. He's wanting to peek. Yash with that vandal. The timing is so good on both the players. Nobody finds each other. They're moving towards B, where there is a stack. 4 players are there towards B. Yash is going to be crucial. The dash is already active. The lockdown will be committed. There's Hunter's Fury. There is From the Shadows available. Yash, he needs to find value,
30
but he
seconds left.
cannot do anything. He has to take a step back. There's that recon, will reveal the positioning, but that doesn't matter. The Sova is there towards the side. Machiavelli once again. Machiavelli again.
How is he getting this?
Just getting better and better and better. The Hunt Fury is there, but Ryzen gets
What?
two. Oh, goodness me. We need to win. The round isn't over. Ryzen, can he find the ball? If he finds the ball, the ball is taken out. No! Suddenly, things have changed. This looks like doable for Asterix. The 3 players coming in from second lane.
Time.
Just need to go in quickly, but Kohli gets caramel. But DC converts Ryzen. Kibochin again with a 1v1. DC versus Kibochin. Who will get? But Kibochin.
No time. He doesn't have time.
You don't have the time. And GGEZ are the winners. They are the deserving winners. They qualify for LAN. They will face SATUL in the Acer Predator League 2026 India Qualifiers. Aggressive. What a game we have witnessed today. What a game. GGEZ was ready for upset over there. But the way Kibochin getting that final kill, and he just knew that there wasn't time, and he just gives fist bump to his teammates, sharing the thought that, it could have not done anything better than that.
They tried their hardest for it. You could tell that they were firing up on all cylinders to try and make this one happen, Oro, but it just didn't matter, right? Up until the very end. Machiavelli, he got double kills every single goddamn time. Like, how is that even possible? 4 rounds consecutively. Machiavelli got a clutch. He got a double kill. He got another triple kill, and then he continued to get a double kill at the very end. Good God, this man could not be stopped. Machiavelli, give this man a medal because he was the hero of Ascent. Every single time I thought that, oh, GGEZ, they're not going to be able to win. Machiavelli just comes in and he's like, oh, wait a minute. You said that I can't be the hero? I'm going to take the crown for myself. I'm going to be the king. I'm going to be the captain. And I will drive this ship home to make sure that my team gets that one-way ticket towards the grand final stage and gets a chance to go for that revenge matchup up against the side of SATUL. They were so close to beating them on one stage of the game. They were this close. Like, they were inches away from shutting them down on that second map and taking it all away for themselves to have that one-way ticket to that grand final. But now that they have fought through such a team, such a hard-working roster of players of the side of Asterisk, this is a well-deserved victory because they had to fight on so much that they could have done. Let's just roll it back, right? Let's just roll it back. See the exact last moment that really went down for this particular map, because good God, ladies and gentlemen, it was DC, right? It was DC and the Sova just sitting at the back of site, holding them down, keeping things alive. I was like, wait, oh wait, it's a 3v2. There's a chance that they're going to be able to win this. But no one went into the goddamn site, man. They're supposed to run it. They didn't have enough time, but look at the utility usage as well coming out from them. The cyber cage was used a little bit too haphazardly to try and block off one of those angles. You could tell that the Sova just really peeked in and got that opening kill. Then that Omen was still alive. When the controller is still alive on any particular team, especially on the attack side, on Ascent in particular, you don't want to just sit and wait for your opponents to make that first move. You need to take that initiative a little bit more faster. Time was not on their side, and arguably the 6th defender for the team just turned into the saving grace for the attackers as soon as that spike plan went down. I could hear the fat lady singing in the background almost instantly when I saw that DC was still alive, because he is one slippery player that you can never get a hold of.
And if you want to become a beast like Machiavelli, you can get your hands on Acer Swift Neo, which is built for performance with a lightweight and premium design, powered by an Intel Core Ultra processor and featuring a stunning OLED display. This laptop offers crystal clear visuals and unmatched speed. Plus, with Copilot, you get an AI-driven experience that adapts to your workflow, making multitasking and productivity effortless. The way, that man was effortless on those rounds. He was just inching, and just made sure that GGEZ crosses the final line. This time there were no hiccups from their side. And if you are also wanting to do or deliver something like him, you can get your hands on Acer Swift Neo For that, you just need to click on the link in description, or you can see the pinned chat, which is already pinned towards the left side of our screens. But along with that, you can also get a cashback up to 5,000 Indian rupees and instant bank discount up to 15,000 Indian rupees. With that being said, we will move ahead towards the scoreboard and discuss more on this game.
This entire match was just absolutely insane coming out from them. GGEZ, they just had a performance of a lifetime. Machiavelli, man. Him on that KO was just all over the place, right? You could not make this up. Both of the KOs just had phenomenal performances. Like in every single moment. Like you would have expected, like, yeah, one of the KOs are not going to be able to perform that well. But both of them just did God's work out there. 21-14 for Machiavelli here. He was a consistent performer. He was the first killer on multiple rounds. Those last 3 rounds that they played, he was the one to draw first blood. He was the one to make sure that Trinity doesn't die in vain. And the fact that you have such a consistent second fragger on your team just makes you even more scarier. Let it be on a clutch situation, let it be when their backs are against the wall. It was Machiavelli that always stepped up to the plate and really delivered what his team needed him the most. But was that really the case when it was on the opposite side for AST? Not really. A lot of their players just had very quiet performances, especially when you look at Caramel. Caramel had so many opportunities to get certain clutches done, but I don't know, it's just the pressure. It was getting to them. Like, we could feel the pressure as well, right? Because you knew that the tournament lives were on the line for AST. We knew for a fact that AST put in their hearts and souls to prepare for this. This young roster of players just wanted to represent themselves in that global stage, to get to that grand finals, to get that opportunity to go up against SATUL again, to just showcase that they still have a lot more left in them. But GGEZ just proved that they were a squad to be reckoned with instead. That their team just has that adaptable factor to them that no other squad has. Machiavelli being at the helm of it all. This player didn't really show up on map number 2 and map number 1, but when things mattered the most, Machiavelli was easily the MVP of this game.
I'm sure, Aggressive, this has been a year full of surprises, right? 2025 has been the year, for those who have been trying and not even getting closer towards that trophy or towards, winning those crucial games. Or, if I would want to give that example, just how RCB won, right, the IPL for the first time in so many years. This has been the year, where those grinders specifically have just got value. We saw how Asterix as a team have stepped up. We are now witnessing another dark horse who has just stepped their game up, and this is something which SATUL should not take lightly, because on that day, on 11th of October, when the LAN arrives, we are going to see a match for ages, because this is going to be the main game for that India slot for Asia Pacific. And next year, that team, whoever wins that LAN event, is going to represent our country in the Acer Predator League 2026, which is going to happen next year.
Absolutely. To get to that global stage, you represent your country on a big stage like that. It's always going to be difficult. But both of these teams, they have 1 month to practice to finally drill through all of their different strategies and come back as the strongest team that they can to take a BO5 on that grand final stage. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure to check out all the links down in the description. Also hit the like, hit the subscribe, also hit that notification bell, because if you want to know exactly how to visit the LAN site, and of course, be there to support your favorite teams, make sure to follow us on our Instagram at the Esports Club, and also maybe follow us here at the Caster's Desk as well. And of course, Aggressive. But good God, am I excited for this one. One last tidbit before I do leave you guys off for the night. Make sure to go and check out the Aspire Go multitask like a prodigy with the Aspire Go 14 AI PC. At the slim, powerful, and ready for every idea, it's ideal for multitasker, makers, and minds in motion. With its AI-powered performance, it's laptop that thinks as fast as you do. And if you want to be fast when it comes down to your wallet transfers as well, make sure to check out the links almost instantly, because the offers are not going to last that long, right? The Acer Predator League is almost going to be coming to a close. So make sure to check out the links down below in the description, because the instant bank discounts, and of course, the sling bags that you're going to get with an additional monitor as well if you get the Helios and the Swift series, they're all going to disappear if you don't catch out on those offers soon enough. But it's going to be your boy Aggressive with Oro signing on off for the night, because we had a banger of a best of 3, ladies and gentlemen. That was a nail-biter one. So we're going to be taking our leave, and thank you all for stopping on by, ladies and gentlemen, for the Acer Predator League 2026 India Qualifiers. We're going to be catching you in the LAN soon enough. Good night and happy gaming, everyone.
The all-new Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display with a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite with up to 13th gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Acer Iconia. Fast street, cool moves, step a pick, we groove, web slit, post quick, friends laughing, we click. Follow me, let's wipe and roll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, let's wipe and roll. Follow me with Acer and control. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me wherever we go. Follow me wherever we go. Vibes lit, post big friends laughing, we click. Follow me, follow me, go. Follow me, follow me, go. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia.
sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. That's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo.
You feel me? Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn and flip every tap and glow. Swift neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.
all-new Acer Aspire Lite. With up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor. Enjoy sharp visuals on a full HD display. With a flexible 180-degree hinge. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. Powerful, flexible, and ready to go. The Acer Aspire Lite, with up to 13th Gen Intel Core i7 processor and a full HD display. Lightweight at just 1.59 kilograms. It's powerful, flexible, and ready to go.
Acer Iconia. Fast street, cool moves, step a pick, we groove, web slid, post quick, friends laughing, we click. Follow me, let's ride band roll. Follow me with Acer in control. Follow me, let's ride band roll. Follow me with Acer in control. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me, it's the Acer show. Follow me wherever we go. Follow me wherever we go. Vibes like those big friends laughing, we click. Follow me, follow me, go. Follow me, follow me, go. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia. Follow me. Acer Iconia.
Sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know. Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work off late, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift neo, oh, that's how we roll. Click, sleek, swift, neo, power in hand, watch it go. AI smart, runs the show. Style and speed, you already know.
Swift Neo. You feel me?
Lightweight game, heavy on mic. Work out, play, it's just right. Color that pop, style and glow. Swift Neo, oh. Let it lead, let it grow. Turn it with every tap and glow. Swift Neo, that's how we roll.
On the edge, vibes up, you feel me? Swift Neo.